Yep. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, still not hearing anything. Mike, ooh, heard that. Check 1, 2. Oh, I think the neighbors across the street can hear that. Okay, so it just took a second to kick in. I think we should be good. Yeah, so I just power cycled the Amy device, and it works perfectly fine now. Yeah. Thank you, though. Oh, thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Bye. One second. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You should be able to hear me a little bit.
Yeah,
All right, you want to test that?
yeah. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Yep. So as long as we can hear everything, that's all we're looking for right now.
Did you hear when I spoke?
Welcome to the 2026 Bridgewater Candidates Forum. We have an exciting year with many individuals coming forward in a number of contested races to represent you, the voters. Election Day is Saturday, April 25th. Polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at O'Donohue Middle School, 166 Mount Prospect Street, or what many people still think of as the old high school for us old-timers. My name is Joe Gillis. I'm one of your co-hosts today. 30-year resident of Bridgewater, raised my family here, and active in many community groups, and also have served on multiple elected and appointed positions within the town. And I have my co-host, Lauren.
Hi, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lauren DeFlippo from the Bridgewater Democratic Town Committee. Happy to be here with Joe to, make this opportunity for our candidates to introduce themselves to the community and weigh in on the issues. I've lived in town this time around for 8 years. My husband grew up here. He's a third-generation Bridgewater resident. And we have one kid currently at the Williams and one going into the Mitchell next year. So thanks so much. I look forward to a great conversation.
On April 25th, voters will be casting ballots for the Town Council, Bridgewater Rainham Regional School Committee, Library Board of Trustees. In addition, there are 3 ballot questions that propose updates to the town charter. For viewers watching, we have not shared questions with the candidates in advance of the forum. We did share some themes with them, for instance, infrastructure, town manager, finance.
The format of the show will be, prior to the forum, candidates drew numbers to determine the speaking order. Each candidate will have a 1-minute opening statement. The moderators will ask mutually agreed upon questions. Each candidate will have up to 2 minutes to respond to each question. Many questions have multiple parts, so you might see them jotting notes. If the moderators have to repeat questions, the candidate's response time is not impacted until they begin speaking. Time permitting, after the main questions, we will do several short answer questions that we may quickly cycle through with each candidate. Each candidate will then have 30 seconds to wrap up. Joining us tonight in the chamber are Bob Cormier and Tim Trocchio. Joel Thomas is also on the ballot, but he's unable to join us tonight, but he did send us a statement in advance. I'm reading this on behalf of Joel Thomas, a candidate for Town Council District 1, who unfortunately could not be in attendance this evening. Joel is currently serving on active military orders through April 11th. Under those orders, he is not permitted to actively participate in campaign events. While he would much rather be here speaking with you directly, he is proud to be serving our country and fulfilling his responsibilities. Joel asked that I share a bit about why he chose to run. His decision comes from a deep commitment to this community. Joel and his family have called Bridgewater home for years, and he cares deeply about the future of the town. He believes that water is the most pressing issue facing the community right now. He is committed to working collaboratively with the council and town leadership to develop a PACE plan, primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency, to ensure reliable, high-quality water solutions are in place no matter the situation. Joel also believes that while development does bring revenue into the town, the needs of current residents must be met first. Only then can the town responsibly support thoughtful growth, whether commercial or residential, that benefits the entire community. In addition, he is focused on improving transparency and accountability in local government and ensuring that schools receive the support they need to serve every student. Although Joel cannot be here tonight, he remains fully committed to earning your trust and your vote. He welcomes the opportunity to connect with residents, whether by phone, email, or in person, as soon as he is able. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the community. Joel Thomas.
With that said, we drew numbers and names prior to starting today's session, and I think Bob was the first to begin with an opening statement, so we will pass it over to Bob.
Yeah, thank you. As my 5-year-old said, first is the worst, second is the best, so you're lucky, Tim. Before you hit the clock for me, Joe, I just wanted to thank Lauren and Joe and the BTV staff. This is a very important forum and to make sure that our voters are educated. So thank you for your time, and thank you to Joel for his service to our country. And I wish he could be here. And I don't even call them opponents; they're fellow residents. So just wanted to acknowledge that. But I think we're good to go. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Bob Cormier, your Town Council candidate for District 1. I'm a lifelong District 1 resident, a grandson of a selectman, and I'm not wired to sit back and watch the only community I've ever called home be let down by poor leadership, and that's why I'm running. To address my involvement in the Friendlies Project head-on, I've recorded this afternoon a very thorough review of the last 3 years with every inflection point. I'll be posting that to my campaign page this evening. I encourage you to go watch that and ask questions. I'm going to be demanding absolute transparency from our leadership, and I need to lead by example and do the same, so that's the reason for that. I've engaged in this building over the last several years on every topic that has faced our town, our budget cycle, our infrastructure, economic development, and I see a trend that's very clear. We have a lack of transparency, accountability, and leadership that's willing to make tough calls and then stand behind the outcomes, and that's what I'm going to bring to this seat. Professionally, I run a medical device business for the Americas for a global organization. I also run a real estate brokerage and an investment portfolio. I know what it means to be accountable to outcomes and the financial implications of such, and Bridgewater deserves that same financial rigor. And then academically, I hold a master's degree in economics and healthcare from Bryant University with high distinction. And tonight, I'm just really looking forward to getting into the weeds on all the topics that are facing our town and leave no doubt in the eyes of voters on where I stand. So, thank you.
Thank you. And with that said, I will open and introduce Tim, if you would like to give an opening statement to us.
Awesome. First of all, thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Bob, thank you. Joel, thank you. But most importantly, thank you to my wife. She delivered a beautiful baby boy a few days ago, Carter James Trocchio. He was born a little early, but he's going to be a tough guy, and it was just so awesome seeing him come into this world, and it's really only strengthened my resolve to try to help address some of the issues that I've seen here in Bridgewater. I'm originally from, all the way from Middleborough, Massachusetts. I grew up there, I graduated high school there. I grew up in workforce housing. I'm the son of a Filipino immigrant, and I'm a third-generation service member. My dad was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. My grandfather was in the United States Army, and I served 8 years in the United States Army. I commissioned as a active duty military intelligence officer from Providence College. I've been stationed in Arizona, Texas, North Carolina, and in 2019, I deployed to Afghanistan as an intelligence officer where I advised commanders against the fight against ISIS and the Taliban. While I was deployed, I started studying for law school. I started studying for the LSAT, and when I returned home, I got accepted to UMass Law. And when I was accepted to UMass Law, I came to my decision point, and I decided I'd like to go home. I really missed home. And I had the opportunity to essentially live anywhere in this country and anywhere in this world, and ultimately, I chose Bridgewater. My uncle, when I first got back from Afghanistan, hosted a party, and he lived in Bridgewater, and I was a renter in Bridgewater for my first few years here. I rented a small little in-law apartment with him, and I started getting involved with the town and volunteered to be on the Veterans Council, and I started falling in love with this place. And ultimately, my wife and I ended up buying a home here. And throughout that time, I graduated law school, and now I work up in Boston as a lawyer. And but I just want to continue to contribute and serve my community and my country. And but that's just who I am in a nutshell. I look forward to talking to Bob tonight, sharing some of my perspectives, and hopefully getting to know the voters throughout this process. There's still a few weeks left, and sharing my thoughts. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go into questions, and as we're going to continue through the night, we'll just keep rotating who we're
Sure.
going to go to first. So this first question will be going to Tim. What strengths would you bring to the town council or committee that you're going to be serving on?
Okay, so part of being an officer in the United States Army is you have to be good at leadership. I was a captain. That's a lot different than being a private or a sergeant. As an officer, you're entrusted to lead the nation's sons and daughters, and I had the opportunity to do that. In 2019, when I deployed from El Paso, Texas, I was in charge of 51 soldiers, and I had to bring them from El Paso, Texas, to Wiesbaden, Germany, to Ali Salim, Kuwait, into Bagram Army Airfield, and then into Jalalabad, in the eastern portion of Afghanistan on the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan. Those experiences really shaped me to think dynamically and be, most importantly, someone that works part of a team. I think that working part of a team, especially in the United States Army, is probably the hardest thing that you could do. And in another way, be collaborative and be dynamic and be hard and tell people what they don't want to hear, tell people what they really should hear. The Army really taught me that. And I also bring something that no other candidate brings. I bring a political science degree from Providence College, so I understand the workings of government. I also bring a law degree from UMass Law, which is the only public law school in the state of Massachusetts. So those not only shows a ability to lead, but also an ability to analytically think. And that's what I can bring: leadership, the leadership fundamentals, and an analytical mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Bob, the same question, what strengths would you be bringing to the role?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much. And when I think about strengths and leadership strengths, I don't, even when I'm hiring folks in the private sector, I don't look at a resume. I look at kind of trends over their life. And when I think back on kind of my leadership style and my strengths, all the way back to youth sports, if it was a sports organization, if it's in a professional setting as a business leader, I've been named in leadership positions throughout my entire life, and it's not because I sought those positions necessarily. It's because I'm naturally a servant leader. And what that means is I lead from the front. I would never ask anybody that reports to me or that I report to or work with to do anything that I wouldn't do. I hold myself accountable. I have leadership courage, meaning that I'm willing to make very difficult decisions as long as they're well thought out. I'm very data-driven. I make well-informed decisions, and no matter what the outcome is, I'm going to stand behind them. I think I've shared before on social media and other outlets, I have 4 daughters and I have a wife, Courtney, right? And they're all named, all their names start with C. And I'm Bob, so I'm always left out, right? But the reason I bring that up is I have an affinity for alliteration. So my kind of leadership philosophy is, you guessed it, another alliteration. It's the 3 R's. It's being resourceful, relentless. Excuse me, sorry. It's being resourceful, which essentially, when there's a lack of resources like we have right now, right, there's not going to be an unlimited budget. We're going to have to think creatively outside of the box to do more with less. It's being resilient. That's in the face of adversity. How do you adapt and find another way? When one door closes, find another solution. And then it's being relentless. And relentless is, no matter what happens, having the pursuit to go accomplish the goal at hand. And right now it's getting Bridgewater back on track. And how can we do that? I think it's with financial discipline. It's with skills that I've learned with business acumen to really make decisions that make our government more efficient. And it's thinking outside the box and being comfortable being uncomfortable. And that's what I think I bring to the role.
Thank you.
This next question, we'll start with Bob. It's a slightly different angle on the same topic. From potholes to employment contracts to traffic concerns and emergency services, the work of a town councilor is varied. With this in mind, please explain your approach to handling controversial or complicated issues.
Yeah, and not to reiterate the same point, but I think it comes down to leadership courage. Who's ever in this seat is going to have to be very uncomfortable having contentious conversations. In many cases, there's not going to be a solution to the issues that you just named that are going to please everybody, right? So we need to be able to make compromises that best impact the majority of the community. You bring up a great point, obviously, with infrastructure challenges, with emergency services. Right now, the reality of the situation that we're in is we have a $2 million operating deficit. We have a police department that's been working without a contract, and hopefully that will be ratified at tomorrow night's meeting. We have a fire department that just went to arbitration, which is not a good look. So we have constrained resources. Back to being resourceful, excuse me. We have to make some very difficult decisions. It's going to require restructuring in town hall. It's going to require some services to be eliminated or paused. And that's a very difficult conversation, but as a leader, you need to be comfortable supporting your decision, standing behind it, and owning the outcome. And I'm very comfortable doing that. I do that in my professional life on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Same question for you, Tim.
Thank you. I think God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. I have to listen. And I was blessed with some pretty big ears, so hopefully I can listen to the voters and listen to what people have to say. That's going to be my driving factor in making decisions, is ultimately the voter and their concerns. I can have some good ideas, and my wife always says I have a lot of good ideas, but sometimes they're not really feasible or capable or applicable to some type of situation. But what I've learned throughout my entire life is there are people that I can call on for support and advice and guidance. I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the knowledge that certain people would have. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a businessman. There's a lot of blind spots that I have, but I'm willing to listen to the people that have those strengths, and those people can inform my decision and educate me, and ultimately, that's what I think I can bring to tough decisions, is an informed decision. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move through a couple of themes. That was like the opening theme. We're going to go into something that we give, sort of, as we made our notes, government operations. And this first question will be starting with Tim. The current system has been referred to as a weak town council and a strong town manager. What is your view in regards to the role of the council in managing and guiding Bridgewater?
So when I view the town charter, I view it as the constitution of this town. We should not be conflicting with what the town charter states. I have a very strict interpretation of this view. I would probably call it a Justice Scalia approach. When I see the word shall, I believe that that's what should be done based on the current form of the charter. What I see is legislative intent. I think that there was a legislative intent when the charter was initially created, and I think we have to take that into account. Right now, how I see it is the town council makes policy recommendations to the town manager. But also, the town manager and the town council are not co-equal branches of government. We don't have three separate branches of government like a judicial branch, a legislative branch, and an executive branch. I view that the town council obviously functions as a legislative branch, and the town manager functions as an executive branch. However, in our charter, if you look at the wording, the town council actually has more power, I would say, than the town manager. And I've heard concerns that the town manager is in that position, not the town manager himself per se, but that position wanes in strength or weakness. And I think that boils down to the personality of the person. But the one thing that is consistent is the town council itself. And if the town council functions appropriately and is collaborative with each other, regardless of where we stand on the political spectrum, we can really get a lot accomplished.
Thank you. Do you need me to repeat the question, or are you ready?
No, that's okay. Yeah, that's great. And Tim, I agree with most of your comments here. I think when we read through the town charter, there's a very clear hierarchy in our community, right? It's the constituents or the residents, it's the town council, and then it's the town manager, if we're thinking hierarchy, a hierarchy. I think more important than the structure is the people in these seats on the council. I believe there's a perception that there's a weak town council, not because it's written that way in the Home Rule Charter, because of the way that there has been a lack of accountability from the council to the town manager. I completely agree, Tim. It's about the personalities that are in both of those seats. I don't necessarily think that there's an issue with the structure. I know that there's a lot of comments about going back to town meeting and changing our form of government. The reality is that's legally possible, but it's fiscally and it's going to be very challenging. It would take 3 to 5 years. You need 15% of registered voter petition. You have to go through a very rigorous legislative process. I think what we need to do is go back to the residents, holding the town council accountable to hold the town manager accountable, and they can do that through legislation. And that's where we've kind of lost our way a little bit here. And I think that's really it. I don't necessarily think that the charter itself needs to be completely blown up and rewritten. I just think we need to remind everybody on the council that they have the power to guide the town manager through legislation and get back to that practice.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with you, Bob, for this next one. What is your approach to oversight management of the town manager position, and has the current oversight been effective?
Well, I probably spoke too much on the last question, but we'll reiterate a little bit here. But no, I think there's some performance metrics that have been put into the process, into the town manager's contract, to have a standard set of metrics and have performance reviews just like you would in the private sector. I don't necessarily think that, again, that there needs to be any structural changes to oversight. I think we need counselors, and it's not the entire council, but there has been kind of a lack of direct question in a public setting, in a town council meeting, asking the town manager to take very specific directive actions to hold his department heads, his or her department heads, accountable. And that frustration trickles down to the residents. It's very clear. I mean, anybody who sat in a town council meeting hears public comment. You can see which topics bring the most attendance here in the room. So I don't, again, necessarily think that there needs to be this huge structural overhaul. I think it's just a reminder of what the hierarchy of our community is and start to behave like we can by rule of the charter.
Tim, same question to you.
So I agree with basically everything that Bob said. I think that there could be potential for just overall better communication between the town council and the town manager. I think that communication begins with obviously the elected leadership of the town council, president, vice president, and anyone else that's willing to step up to the plate. I think there should be open forums where the town manager could potentially just answer general questions from the public. And I don't see why that would be any sort of conflict with the charter. I think I think ultimately the intent of the charter was to ensure fairness in the different branches of government, but also ensure that people were held accountable. And I think if you interview any person that created the town charter, they're probably going to say they wanted accountability. And I think that gives an opportunity for the town manager to share his perspective, the town council to share their perspective, but also the constituents and the residents to share theirs. I would like to see that potentially implemented maybe once every 6 months or once every 3 months. It just depends on what the leadership has to say and what the town manager has to say. And I think that's going to hopefully clear up some confusion and ambiguity in some of these processes.
Thank you. You've sort of already.
I know, you
touched
guys
on
are
this next
stealing our
question.
thunder.
But we're gonna go with it. We've got the questions already written out and,
Yeah.
you know. Anyway, some in the community are unhappy with the performance of leadership in Bridgewater, including direction, management, decision-making, and more. Is Bridgewater better with the current council manager than the prior town meeting administrator? And this first one's gonna go to you, Tim.
All right, awesome. So, like I said, I'm all the way from a different community right next door, Middleborough, and they currently use a town selectman and town manager form of government. I grew up, I was a student council president, a class president, and part of my job was to count votes at the town meetings. So, you know, when I first came to Bridgewater, I thought the approach of government was definitely unique. It was something that I wasn't really used to. So, with that being said, I think that the current form of government is fine the way it is. I think it just needs to be more open lines of communication. And I think what people like about the Middleborough town form of government is the ability of the town selectmen to immediately respond to their questions and needs. I think that's where it really boils down to. I think there's definitely a possibility for motions to be made during town council meetings to temporarily suspend the rules of that current debate. That's a known of Robert's rules, so having an adequate understanding of Robert's rules, so suspending the rules and allowing maybe, like I said, once a quarter or once every 6 months, allowing the residents to directly interface and ask the town council questions. And I think from that point, they'll be able to feel like that they're having input, they're having their voices heard, but also that their concerns are immediately addressed.
Thank you. And to you, Bob, same question?
Sure.
You got both of us
Yeah, we did.
touched on it a little
Yeah,
bit already.
certainly have
You
some
can
more.
drill
to add.
down now
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah.
we talk about this all day. I'm gonna have nightmares of Joe holding up a red card in my face for the next week. But so if you look at the two forms of government, right? Town meeting, they both have their pros and cons. Town meeting is slow to legislate. You might have 2 meetings a year, but the constituents have a much louder voice, right? They have a direct vote, which is obviously a positive. Whereas with our form of government in town council, we can legislate and act very quickly, but it's very difficult to have meaningful engagement on a regular basis with the community. And to Tim's point, I think the 3-minute rule is ridiculous. I think the fact that a citizen can come up and open comment and ask a direct question and not get an answer, even if the answer exists right there, is embarrassing in some cases. And Tim's hometown does a very good job of that. And we can see in those meetings that they're engaging with the public and it's meaningful. But realistically, we're a community of 30,000 people. We are designated as a city because of our town council form of government. We're one of 9 communities in the Commonwealth that is designated as a city but elected to keep town in their name. It doesn't really mean anything, but that's a reality. And what that means, it has an impact on our bond rating. It has an impact on our funding sources that we can pursue. So I think the other piece here is that, if we're being honest with each other here, this is a 1-year seat. So to take an undertaking in terms of changing the form of government, I don't think is realistic, or it's probably disingenuous for us to say we'd want to do that, even if we believed it. But to be honest, if it's the will of the voters and we can get 15% on a petition, I'll support it, because that's what you need to do as a councilor. And if the public speaks, then we'll put it on a ballot. But it is a 3 to 5 year process, and I do think we have bigger fish to fry right now in terms of urgent issues than basically blowing up our form of government that we transitioned to in 2010. So.
This next question will start with you, Bob. Bridgewater voters have rejected 13 Proposition 2.5 overrides since 1991. With this in mind, and knowing that existing local revenues cannot keep pace with our infrastructure and school funding needs, what solutions would you propose to address this recurring challenge?
Sure, yeah, and ironically enough, I was 8th grade going into freshman year at BR when the last prop override passed. And it was basically the same situation, right? It was large class sizes, seniors were leaving at noon. We were going to lose accreditation. We lost a lot of people, kids I grew up with, to private school and other communities, and it was tough. And I get asked the same question in the private sector: is what's more important this year, revenue or operating profit, right? And the answer is always it's both. So yes, we have a revenue problem, but I think a lot of the community believes that we also have a spending issue, and we're taking steps to try to identify those. I don't believe there's any type of nefarious activity or anything going on like that. Some do, and that's okay. But it's reasonable to think that not every dollar is being spent as efficiently as possible, right? So we've recently had the CLA review of the school district, which frankly was disappointing. It was positioned as an audit, and the first thing that the gentleman from CLA said is, this is not an audit. It was a financial review, right? So I don't think that satisfied the taste buds of the residents that actually wanted an in-depth financial audit of our school district spending. With that being said, everything that was returned in that report was positive. We had 2 to 3% administrative costs versus 5 to 7 across the state. Our health insurance was trending better than across the state, and all of their recommendations were basically moot, meaning they've done a good job based on what they looked at. But I think we need to go one level deeper, and this is on the expense side. The same with the town, right? We're waiting for the Collins report to come back for some restructuring recommendations, how we spend and allocate our resources more efficiently. These types of in-depth looks at how we're spending our dollars are going to be the most important things for the community to trust that their current tax dollars are being spent efficiently. Once we do that, then we can start to talk about new revenue sources. And hopefully we have another question to talk about that, because I could talk for days, right? But it's not just about development. It's not just about grants. It's not just about meals tax. It's not just about Prop 2.5. We all have to work together to make sure that we're generating revenue by any means necessary. So I'll pause there.
Same question to you, Tim.
Awesome, thank you. So when I've met with some voters, I got to meet with some of the elderly community, some people that are working class, some people that work for the town. And what it sounds like, it was the messaging of the last Proposition 2.5 override that it ran into some issues. I think with the right marketing and messaging, we'll be able to hopefully mitigate some cuts. I think people want to help, but they want to do it with a microscope. They want to do it precisely, with precision. They need to know exactly where their dollars are going. I think it boils down to trust and accountability in our government, and I think we ultimately feel as if we pay a lot of money in taxes, but we get so little in return. I don't want to see anyone on a fixed income have any sort of raised taxes. I don't want to see anyone part of the working class have any sort of raised taxes. I don't want to see, people that struggle to pay the bills. We have, in this country, almost 60% of our population can't survive a $1,000 emergency. That is not something I want to strain on the residents of Bridgewater. My proposal is to bring outside money in. I'd like to see our town hire a grant writer. And it's not just a line item. This is something that can be a force multiplier for the town. For example, our town next door, Middleborough, has a grant writer. Colleges have grant writers. Departments have grant writers. And what that allows them to do is compete for federal dollars and state dollars adequately. It allows us to track where we stand, and we're able to pay for expenses not on the backs of the people that are here in town.
Thank you. Now, we're going to move on to sort of our next theme of water and development. And this first question is going to go to Tim. There are long-term water problems in Bridgewater. How would you grade the performance of town leadership through this? What would you do now to improve the significant problems? And Tim, you're first up.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that question. I think that's probably one of the most pivotal questions in this election. You know, what would you do if you could win in this seat right now with the water issue? So right now, our town is currently at a significant drought. It's a level 2 drought. Our wells are not fully filled up to the top. We have infrastructure issues. What I would do right now, so we currently have a connection running with Middleborough to continue the water usage here in the town. One of the town selectmen made a comment and said that I don't want to see any sort of new development or new permits. I think we have some ambiguity as to, we're not really sure what new means. Does that mean the current projects that are going on right now, or does that mean projects after the projects are complete that are going on right now? What I would push for would be a higher level of scrutiny. And what that means is the overall approval authority, we're not really sure really who it is. But I heard a comment, and the comment was, what approves a project is potable water. I would argue that currently the town does, it meets a metric of potable water, but what is the definition of potable water? We have to get more in the weeds as to what that is, but I would want to see a restriction on larger developments, bigger developments. We know that the information that we've currently read, and things change. Environments change, infrastructure changes, rainfall total changes, populations changes, people move in and out of town. But based on currently what we're seeing, I don't think our town can support large business developments, larger projects. I think ultimately our town would like to see continued growth, but it needs to be reasonable. It needs to be slower. It needs to be more deeply analyzed. Thank you.
And same question to you?
Yeah, sure. Well, this is a topic I know intimately well, so we'll get right into it. Where I'll disagree a little bit with Tim is I don't really think there's any ambiguity at all in our process right now, decision-making. Right now, the zoning is what it is. It's written how it's written, and the decision-making power is with the CED. I'm the only project that's been through it. I'm the only project that probably will go through it, and I don't agree with it. I, contrary to popular belief, do not support any additional development until our infrastructure can handle it, point blank. And folks are going to say what they're going to say, believe what they're going to believe, but that's my position, and that's how I would act. There are two pieces of important legislation in front of the council right now. One is codifying a water impact study to make sure that that is required before it's being heard by the planning board. That would be my amendment. The entry point to having a discussion with Bridgewater about a new development is a water impact study funded by the applicant. That needs to be codified. It isn't right now, and it frankly is a massive litigation risk to our community. That needs to happen. The second piece of legislation is some zoning amendments to the form-based code. It's 80% first floor requirement. It's decreasing the story height to 3.5. And most importantly, it's taking the decision-making power back to the planning board. I completely support, and I would actually make some more amendments to even make that a little bit more stringent, but I completely support that legislation. What we need to do differently to be completely honest, related to water infrastructure, I'm in the camp that more progress has been made in the last 6 months with Mr. Casanova Davis than in the last 10 years with our previous town managers. And I think their issue is their communication, their transparency, and their accountability to the projects that they're doing. So what I would do immediately is demand that there's a Gantt chart on the homepage of our website that shows all of the water infrastructure improvement projects, the key milestones, the timelines, who's the owner, and what's the funding source. Because I think if people see that every day when they log into the webpage, they're going to be much more confident in our ability to execute on it. Sorry, Joe.
Not laughing at that, but that's literally my day job, so.
Yeah, well, any project manager in the world would be
That's literally my
relieved
day
of
job.
duty without doing that, right?
Literally just made one. No, thank you for that. This question will start with you, Bob, and then Tim will have the same one. Water remains a critical need in our community. Existing residents and businesses have grappled with unhealthy condition for years. How do you plan to handle the cost for addressing this crucial remediation and ongoing flux of new construction and redevelopment to expand our tax base?
Sure. Yeah, and I think I touched on a little bit of it. I do think that there's a little bit of blindness to the funding sources that are already identified, and that accountability goes back to the town manager and his department heads, right? We have an EPA grant identified. There's a state level grant identified. We've already been approved to take low interest loans to pay for some of this infrastructure improvement. It's, the old cart before the horse here. Nothing changes if nothing changes. We can't fund infrastructure improvements with new development that we don't have the infrastructure for. That can't be our leading case here. Where I do agree that we need some more focus on grant writing. I don't necessarily think that we should be hiring a full-time employee with a $2 million deficit and reduction in services. I think that there are great third-party services that wouldn't require to pay benefits and a full-time employee. And now, we have AI tools. You could drop in most grants into Claude or ChatGPT, pick your poison, and get 50% of the way there. And then you could have that service really focus on strategic grants that are going to move the needle for us. To me, that's I think the priority. And I don't remember the second half of your question, but
I can
yeah.
read. Handle the cost of addressing this crucial remediation and the ongoing flux of new construction and
Yeah.
redevelopment to expand the base.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So yeah, and I think, like I said, that Gantt chart activity is minimum viable product, right? Any project manager should be relieved of duty if they haven't done that yet, and it's kind of embarrassing that doesn't exist. Between obviously 10A and 10B, the immediate filtration there, work has started. We've selected a contractor. I'm just as unhappy as everybody else that timeline was 3 months off and that wasn't communicated. We have private citizens giving more relevant and accurate information than our town leadership, and it's unacceptable. We're pursuing Vernon Street redevelopment. We're pursuing multiple private land acquisitions or partnerships. We are pursuing the Dighton DSAL agreement. So we have all these irons in the fire, and I think they have to be pursued in a way that makes Bridgewater water independent as soon as possible. And that's going to allow us to strategically grow again the way that we choose. But right now, like I said, I'm not pro-development beyond the existing improved project.
I worked in the Federal Funds and Infrastructure Office for the state of Massachusetts, and what I've seen is that there are communities that have a huge strategic advantage over Bridgewater, a huge strategic advantage. They are able to bring in tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars that we do not have the ability to bring in. I would also say that hiring a full-time grant writer gives this person an incentive. We can't hold anybody accountable for not doing their job if we don't have someone to do the job. We currently don't even have an assistant town manager. I think that there's also a part in a grant that allows for discretionary spending. If you pay the market rate, which is between $55,000 and $60,000 a year for a grant writer, and tie their salary to the grant based on what they win for the town, it creates more of an incentive for them to be hungry, for them to compete, and for them to apply. Also, I would work with our federal delegation, our state delegation, to actively pursue this money. We need to continuously call our Congressman Bill Keating. He has earmarked budgets in the congressional budget to send money here to Bridgewater. We have to continuously work with State Senator Bill Driscoll, our State Representative Dennis Gallagher, and be the squeaky wheel. We need to make sure that, hey, we've elected you at a higher level to ensure that you are representing us. You are ultimately the representative of our town. And what we're currently seeing is brown water, ineffective leadership, no real money coming in. I would make sure that we have open lines of communication with them and consistently would reach out to them and ask, what's the status of this legislation? What is the status of this funding? Do you anticipate that this bill and these bills are going to come out of committee to help us? And then from there, we can readjust fire and readjust where we're going to pull our funding from.
Thank you. This is another long one, I apologize, but it's more context setting for viewers and less for you. Gets right to the heart of District 1. The Old Colony Planning Council recently released a study of the Route 104 corridor. In addition to serving as a highly traveled road connecting the center of Bridgewater to retail, lodging, and other amenities, Route 104 abuts Lake Nipponitic, which is not only a natural gem of our community, providing recreational space, but also feeds 5 local wells. In recent years, the area has been identified by developers as a site for major projects from residential developments, hotels, and a proposed acute care rehabilitation facility, which is currently being vetted by local boards and committees. Given existing traffic conditions and the proximity of water sources and wetlands, should additional development occur in this area? If yes, what kind?
Who's first?
Tim?
That's a big NO for me. No. We get drinking water from this area. I've met with people that live on this lake. I would identify this area as a pristine area in Bridgewater. This lake is part of the identity of this town. We have water in the name of our town. It's literally 50% of our name. And I think if we're going to continuously build around the NIP, we're going to see people genuinely get pretty angry. And people move to Bridgewater to move away from the city. They move to Bridgewater for a quaint community feel. They move to Bridgewater for the ruralness, the ability to drive up to Boston, the ability to drive down to Providence, the ability to drive down the Cape. I think if we continuously build around this area, that's going to destroy a lot of beautiful hiking areas, potentially have negative environmental impacts that we currently do not even are able to foresee. So it's a no for me. And as it currently sits, I don't want to see any sort of expansion into that area.
Same question to you, Bob.
Sure. Yeah, I would say I agree with most of that. I'm also a no. That is one of the pristine areas of our community, and I do have one caveat, right? When we go back to kind of the revenue problem, right? I think we need to be very strategic about what brings people to Bridgewater, what resources are being required, and then what revenue any type of development is going to bring. I don't at all support more lodging. I don't think we need another hotel in Bridgewater. That particular developer has built plenty of residential housing units and multifamily units out there, some on conservation land. However, I do think we need to keep an open mind with something like the rehab hospital, right? That's a regional destination that's going to use very little water. Their initial estimates were 3,500 gallons a day. That's a $70 million build. If you just take our current tax rate today, somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000 of revenue are going to come back to the town with very little water usage. Now, the project as proposed, completely don't agree with. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and work with that developer and try to find a way to site that project in a way that limits environmental impact, does not build over conservation land. We have to also trust that our boards and commissions are going to do that work. But I wouldn't say unequivocally no to them at this point because we have a $2 million deficit. That's one project that's going to bring incredible services to town, but would also almost half our operating deficit right now. So I think we need to keep an open mind, but other than that, I would be completely opposed to any additional development in that area.
Thank you. Now on to our next theme, constituent services. This first one's going to go to Bob first. Relative to council meetings, and I think someone may have already touched on this. Public forum is not providing any answers, feedback, leaving the impression that concerns are ignored. Would you change public forum? And if so, how? And again, this is starting with you, Bob.
Yes. So we kind of spoke to this already. I think we're all in agreement that the current citizen open comment and public forum is not working. The reality is it's codified in the charter. I'm sure there are ways through legislation to get around that. I don't want to misspeak. I would have to do more research, but whether the the president can suspend the rules in certain cases, whether we're having a special town meeting, whether we're having periodic meetings that aren't a town council meeting where we can engage directly with councilors in a public forum, in a publicly posted meeting. Whatever the solution is, I think we need to prioritize it very quickly and get some engagement like we see in Middleborough. It's meaningful, and the residents want to be heard, and they want to be responded to. How many town council meetings do we sit in, and the same residents are coming to the podium reiterating questions that they asked 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, and they still don't have answers? They should be answered right there. And there is some ambiguity. The Attorney General did make a comment that if you do know the answer, you can respond. And it's not in violation of a charter in that case. So I think we need to push back on that a bit. But if none of those are reasonable solutions, and we talk to Mr. Rollins, and we can't get around the charter in that way, what better time than now when we have a charter review committee that's about to kick off? We know that the last time it took 5 or 6 years to get those recommendations to the ballot. We also have an order in front of the council right now to accelerate that process for the work that this charter review committee does to get on the ballot much faster. I think that is one of the most obvious things that group can contribute, is find a way to make public forum more engaging without changing our form of government.
Thank you. And same question?
Yeah, I agree with Bob on that. Let's work with the Charter Review Committee. I would imagine that if the people that are going to apply to be on the Charter Review Committee or have been selected for the Charter Review Committee or thinking about being on the Charter Review Committee, please hear us. Please hear the voters. Please hear the candidates. People want their voices to be heard at these meetings. And to be honest with you, it's kind of awkward when you get up there and you have a question. I watched somebody the other day. It was one of the town meetings. An older gentleman asked, when are we going to do the next hydrant flushing in my area? And the dude hung out for like 3 hours and left. And one of the counselors knew the answer and then had to reach out to him via email to give him the answer that he already knew. That is unacceptable. We should not have people's time is extremely valuable. We should not be wasting people's time. It's just, to be honest with you, stupid if you can't answer a basic question like that, and then you got to leave the meeting, wait for an answer. We had someone that knew the answer, but we're going to let these arbitrary rules dictate how we're going to relay the information for people that they should know what's going on and when. I would like to see an adjustment to the charter be made to allow for a citizen open comment and response, as well as a quarterly suspension of rules. Let's make an additional meeting, or have the first 10 minutes of the meeting allow for open dialogue. Maybe we can adjust some of the rules of the meeting. There's so much we can do with this, but we have to start with acknowledging people when they're standing up there and answering their question. And I think by handcuffing ourselves completely to the charter and not having response, it just looks goofy.
Building on that, responding to residents is a significant part of the town council role. However, timely and effective communication from elected and appointed town government leaders has repeatedly come up as lacking in recent years. Progress has been made in upgrading the town website, providing email alerts and social media posts to share information, but not all community members and stakeholders use these platforms. What other ways would you use to connect with residents and share important information? We'll start with Tim. Sorry, I didn't say that at first.
So we currently live in the 21st century. I would argue that most people probably have access to a computer or a website, and the people that have the least amount of information, I would argue, probably are low income or elderly that don't have access to the internet. Number one, I would start with opening that information to the library, where we could have a bulletin board in the library, let's say once a month, updated with information, where people could maybe take a bus from the elderly center to the library, or post that information directly on a bulletin board there. I don't see that we have any real form of newspaper distribution or any sort of like leaflets that the town disperses. I think we should look into maybe, and this is extremely simple stuff. We're not going to be sending smoke signals up to try to communicate. So number one, I would start with posting it in areas that are heavily trafficked, We know, we have the data at which how many people go to the library at which times. We know that about 40 to 50 people go to the library a day. We know that the most amount of people that travel to the library are going to be on Fridays. Let's post that information on a bulletin board. Let's post it at the fire station. Let's post it at the police station. That's how I do that to people that don't have that sort of technology. And let's post it on the sign right off the end of 104 that says town election, April 25th. Why don't we post, okay, news alert or news update at the library? And as time goes on, people will add that to their schedule. I don't think these are, this is a complex solution, but if we're talking about people that do not have access to the internet or don't know how to use an iPhone, I think that's probably their best means of communication.
Thank you. Same question to you, Bob.
You missed carrier pigeon, Tim.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. Or
Smoke
bagpipes, yeah.
No, I think you hit a lot of important points, and I do acknowledge that the website's been completely rebuilt. I do acknowledge the town's trying to be more active on social media, and I do acknowledge that that doesn't hit every resident. I still think we can do more. First, it starts with internal expectations, and again, back to accountability, right? I run a large marketing organization and medical device company. The very first thing we do to start the year is an editorial calendar of the entire year, all of our communication through what channels, and we hold people accountable to that. What that means in a municipality, the town manager meets with all of their department heads, and they establish a cadence that they're going to be held accountable to communicate to the community on exactly what's going on within their department. That's in addition to the town manager's report. Like I mentioned AI before. There are tools that can put together a weekly newsletter in 15 minutes. The town manager should, or someone in his office should be releasing that much more frequently than every month. It should be at least bi-weekly. So we can put all these things together and put the onus on the department heads to own their communication. I think another thing that we're not doing is leveraging BSU at all. There's a lot of topics in this room in town council meetings where BSU is the villain here, is the enemy to town or a drain on our resources. They're the greatest asset that we have, and we're underutilizing them. We have a communications department at BSU. We could do some sort of co-op where they do an internal communications audit of our town and how we're communicating to the residents. It's a great experience for the students. It costs us nothing. They can make recommendations and then go deploy it. Those co-op opportunities are plentiful. And, to Tim's point, there's no reason why we can't allocate some resources. We're talking about printing a few hundred leaflets to mail to the folks that we maybe don't have internet access, or maybe we mail those print resources to the senior center or to the library. But I think the first piece is doing that internal audit, and we can basically get those services for free if we ask nicely. So there's a lot more that can be done. There's been some progress, but it's obviously not good enough.
Thank you. And this, as we segue through the categories, moving into schools and government relations, funding for education is a large budget item, probably the largest. How do you see the current relationship between leadership of the two groups, the town council and the BR school committee? Is there anything you would change? And this is going to you, Bob, first.
Yeah. Obviously, the relationship isn't great if you're paying attention, right? During the school committee meetings, it's very clear that they're unhappy with the guidance that's coming from the town, and I completely understand that. The reality also on the town side is that there's only so much revenue. I've said all the time that I don't believe anybody's coming to save us at the state level, especially this year. Between Chapter 70 and 71, we're essentially flat, if not slightly declining. Most folks don't know that's funded by, or at least in part, by the millionaire's tax. Although we collected more than expected this year, we also lost $4.2 billion of wealth leaving Massachusetts this year. And 70% of that came from high net worth individuals that would be contributing to that tax. So I'm nervous that in the next few years, we're actually over forecasting what that funding is going to be, and we're already in a very difficult decision. So I go back to that, not doom and gloom, but nobody is coming to save us. And it comes to a point, and I talked about expenses earlier. Once we've gotten to the point where we've proven that no more blood can come from that stone, we have to invest more money back into the classroom. When this fiscal year data comes out, I would bet my bottom dollar that we're going to be the lowest funded K through 12 school district in the state. That is embarrassing. I'm an alumni of the school district. I have 4 children. My wife taught in the district for almost 10 years. It's embarrassing. And at some point, we have to find a way. And I understand the school committee's frustrations, right? well, why can't you do more? Where's all your economic development? Hopefully we get to that, because it's not just about building. There are so many things that we can do to increase our revenue outside of just building new real estate that we're not. And it's really frustrating, because that money can then be appropriated back to the school district. If all of those things are checked off, only then do I think it's appropriate to go back to the taxpayers to ask them to increase their expenses through tax revenue. But if we don't do all those fundamentals first, we might as well not waste the postage on the ballot, because it was very clear what the community felt about Prop 2.5 last year. We failed by a wide margin, so we need to do our due diligence if we're going to take that route.
Thank you. And the same question to you, Tim, or basically, you know, how do you feel the relationship was between the town council and the BR school committee and education? So,
Awesome. So I agree with the majority of what Bob said, but not all of it. But I'll focus on the question at hand. So the question is, what do I think about the relationship between the school committee and the town council currently? I think there definitely needs to be some sort of improvement. I've sat at a few school committee meetings, I've sat at a few town council meetings, and ultimately what I can tell you is this. The school committee does a phenomenal job at representing the needs of parents and students. And I view it as two different bodies that advocate. So we have the overall body of the town council that's trying to balance multiple stakeholders, such as the fire department, police department, libraries, senior centers, administrative staff. And we have the school committee that is approaching it with the best interest of the school in mind. So what I would do would be to create one meeting per year, an additional meeting, just one per year, that will allow the school committee and town council to sit together, and this would be a open forum type meeting where residents can ask the superintendent and people that sit there that make these financial decisions what the status is currently financially for the school district. I would also like to point out that you know, we should not be giving any sort of raises when we're cutting budgets for the school. I've got a couple questions on where I stand with the superintendent's raise. And then I've done some research. I talked to some people on the school committee and said, okay, well, why did this person get a raise? And the response that I received was, the superintendents dictate the market. That's an answer that I guess is okay, but not really. I think citizens want to help, but they want to know what their money's going to. And I think ultimately, our schools here in Bridgewater have been historically severely underfunded over the last several decades. That's why we see 5th grade and 7th grade with 32 kids per class. And hopefully we can work towards better collaboration with the town council and school committees.
thank you. And I think we're going to try a couple of quick,
Yeah,
short
real quick.
questions, like 15, 30-second, like, answers. It should be pretty,
Should be like yay or nay,
Yeah.
not hard ones. On Election Day, voters will be asked to consider whether town councilors should receive a stipend, $5,000 for councilors and slightly more for the council president. In your opinion, should town councilors receive a stipend? Why or why not? We'll start with Tim.
No. I feel like I don't have to really explain why we should not be passing this sort of budget. Bob's hit it multiple times. We're operating in a deficit. I think ultimately, based on the amount of town councilors we have, that would add $45,000 additionally in expenditures. Right now, no. Absolutely not. No.
Same question, Bob.
No, but what I will expand on a little bit is I do understand the intent. When this was put forward 5 or 6 years ago, it was, this is a job nobody wants, and rightfully so. I think we're the crazy ones up here, Tim, but it's a very difficult job. It requires 20 to 40 hours a week if you're doing it right. And a stipend would encourage a more diverse group of residents that may actually want to come and serve, but it's just not feasible at this point. So while I understand the intent, it's a hard no on that one.
all right. And one last quick question, and this one's going to go to Bob first. Do you support a building moratorium in the town?
A building moratorium, I support exactly what's in place right now. And if we're talking about what Middleborough has asked for, which potentially is on the agenda tomorrow, I will support it. I would support it, but I do think we need to do legal due diligence. In my experience in this world, to just put a water moratorium is exposing our town. I can guarantee you it's exposing our town to almost immediate litigation. It doesn't impact the friend. I know where people are going with this. It doesn't impact the Friendlies project whatsoever, and I would absolutely support it. But to have to do our due diligence in 1 week, I don't think is reasonable.
Okay, and Tim?
I agree with Bob on this one. I understand people want to be trigger happy and go building moratorium. There are multiple strings attached to this. We need to fully understand what the repercussions are going to be from someone that can adequately describe it. We need to really weigh the pros and cons of what's going to happen if we decide to do a building moratorium. I really don't believe that people are fully educated as to what are the repercussions of that. So until we're fully informed, no.
Thank you.
So now we'll start with the closing remarks, since Bob started with the opening. Tim, you have 30 seconds to
Right.
sign off.
All right, so first of all, just thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I can't wait to get back to my little family, and I know Bob feels the same way, and, but I just been so blessed. I really just want to thank the community, the veteran community, for reaching out to me and encouraging me. But I've genuinely had a really good time with this election, and I've been learning a lot. And all I ask is, whether I win or lose, please consider volunteering for this town. Any committee, come join the Veterans Committee, join anything, help this town out. Thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, likewise, and well said. Regardless of the outcome here, this experience has been incredible. Knocking doors, meeting so many. Like I said, I've grown up here. I'm a third generation. Most of the people I've spoken to in this process, I had never met before, and it's been incredible. I hope this was valuable. I enjoyed sitting up here with Tim. I hope this was valuable for the voters, and I hope it's very clear that I care deeply about this community, not just on the headline issues or what I'm directly involved in. This is the only place I've ever called home, and it's what I'm willing to fight for, and that's why I'm running. So we look forward to the next few weeks, and we'll see you all on the 25th.
Awesome. Thank you both so much.
Thanks.
Thank you to our candidates for joining us tonight and participating in the forum, and thank you to the voters for tuning in. We just wanted to remind residents that absentee ballots for the annual town election are now available in the town clerk's office. Registered voters may vote by absentee ballot if they are unable to vote at the polls on election day because of the following reasons: absence from town during the hours the polls are open, physical disability, or observing religious beliefs. To vote absentee, you can vote in person in the town clerk's office during normal business hours before Friday, April 24th at 12 p.m. Or you can download and submit an absentee ballot application from the town's website. Registered voters may also request a ballot to vote by mail. Applications are available on the town clerk's website and the Secretary of the Commonwealth's online portal. It's strongly recommended that anyone planning to vote by mail request a mail-in ballot no later than Friday, April 17th. That's direct from the clerk's office today. Ballots must be returned to the town clerk, not brought to the polls on election day. Absentee and mail-in ballots can be submitted using the ballot drop boxes located outside Town Hall at 66 Central Square. To ensure that your ballot is counted, please note any ballots received after 8 p.m. on April 25th will be rejected. For any more information on any of these voting options, please contact the town clerk's office at 508-697-0921. Thanks so much, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the next forum.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the 2026 Bridgewater Candidates Forum. We have an exciting year with many individuals coming forward in a number of contested races to represent you, the voters. Election Day is Saturday, April 25th. Polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. at O'Donohue Middle School, 166 Mount Prospect Street, or to many of you old-timers, the old Bridgewater High School. It's been referred to that way for 20 years. My name is Joe Gillis. I'm one of the two hosts for tonight's session. 30-year resident of Bridgewater, raised my family here, and have served in a number of civic groups as well as elected and appointed positions within the town and community. And I have my co-host Lauren here today.
Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. I'm Lauren DiFilippo from the Bridgewater Democratic Town Committee. I've lived in town for about 7 years this time around. My husband is a third-generation Bridgewater resident. I'm a mom of 2, one at the Williams and one who will be starting at the Mitchell next year. So I'm just excited to be able to put this event together for voters to learn a little bit more about the candidates running to represent us in the coming years. So with that, turn it back over to Joe.
On April 25th, voters will be casting ballots for Town Council, Bridgewater Rainham Regional School Committee, and Library Board of Trustees. In addition, there are 3 ballot questions that propose updates to the town charter. For viewers watching, we have not shared questions with the candidates in advance of this forum. We did share some themes for them, for instance, infrastructure, town manager, finance.
The format of the show will be, prior to the forum, candidates drew numbers to determine the speaking order. Each candidate will have a 1-minute opening statement. The moderators will ask mutually agreed upon questions. Each candidate will have up to 2 minutes to respond to each question. Many questions have multiple parts. If moderators have to repeat the questions, the candidate's response time is not impacted until they begin speaking. Time permitting, after the main questions, we will have several short answer questions that we may quickly cycle through with each candidate. Each candidate will then have 30 seconds to wrap up. Joining us tonight in the Counselor at-Large race for a 3-year term are Johnny Loretti, who is a candidate for re-election, Paul Murphy, who is also a candidate for re-election, and Michaela Jessie M.J. Spagone, who is a new candidate. With that, we'll start with your opening statements. Johnny, you'll go first.
Great. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Joe. It's a pleasure to do this 2nd year in a row with you all. I appreciate all the work that you do in putting this together. Good evening, everyone. My name is Johnny Loretti, and I am your current president of the Bridgewater Town Council. I got into public service for a simple reason. I believe in leadership, the importance of having vision, and accountability. My wife and I chose Bridgewater to raise our family here. I'm the type of person that when I see a problem, I don't wait for someone else to go and fix it. By background, I'm a civil engineer and more recently a business owner. I've operated numerous successful health and fitness businesses for over a decade now. I spent my career solving problems, whether that's engineering infrastructure or building a business from scratch. Budgets, timelines, and accountability are not new to me. It's what I do each and every day. And that engineering background matters right now more than ever. Bridgewater is dealing with serious water infrastructure challenges, and I've been in the middle of doing the work, reviewing our water master plan, analyzing well data, and meeting with stakeholders on land acquisitions to not only protect, but also expand our current water supply. These aren't just talking points for me. This is the actual work that we've been doing in the council for the last year. Beyond the council, I'm invested in this community in every sense of the word as your town council president. I show up, not just at meetings, but in the day-to-day work that keeps the town moving forward, and I'm always available to residents. I'm here tonight because I think that you deserve leadership that's transparent, qualified, and accountable. I'm looking forward to answering your questions tonight, and thank you.
Thank you. MJ?
Hi. For those at home who haven't heard me before, Michaela Jessie Spagone, lifelong resident of Bridgewater. Been here since 1983. I'll be 43 in September, so I've been here for quite a while. I've been involved in the town in some manner or another since 2006 when I graduated from college at West Virginia Wesleyan with a degree in history and political science minor. I've had a family that has been dedicated to service in Bridgewater and in East Bridgewater over the years, and I have felt a call to service all the years of my life. My entire career path has been dedicated to public service. I have not only worked for the town of Bridgewater and been a volunteer on the Master Plan Implementation Committee, its first secretary of the Finance Committee, currently the chair of the Finance Committee, but I've also worked in the town manager's office as the executive assistant, confidential assistant. I've also worked in the town of Avon as their assistant tax collector. I worked in the city of Marlborough as their city collector, assistant finance director, along with being their interim comptroller. And currently I'm in the municipal finance realm. I continue to do that work every day, and at some point I intend to get my certification as a Massachusetts collector treasurer from the MCTA. So why am I running? I believe the town deserves better government, greater accountability, greater efficiency, and better finance transparency. I do believe it is incumbent upon those who are on the town council to lead, but to also show example, and to also be there for the public, and to hear the public in full, their concerns, their angers, their fears, but also their hopes for the future. I intend to do that.
Thank you, Jay. Paul?
Good evening. My name is Paul Murphy, and I'm proud to be a candidate for re-election as one of your town councilors at large. I'm running because I believe deeply in Bridgewater and the people who call it home. The hardworking families, the dedicated educators, small businesses, and engaged residents. This town deserves steady, thoughtful leadership as we face critical challenges ahead. Over the past 3 years, I've served during a period of significant change, 3 town managers, and major turnover on the council. Through it all, I've stayed focused on moving our town forward with consistency and purpose. As chair of the Budget and Finance Committee this past year, I've worked directly on the issues that matter the most. On water, we must face the hard truth. We cannot rely on another town's supply long-term. We need to stabilize our system now while investing in long-term solutions. On schools, we're seeing class sizes of over 35 students, cuts to electives, and rising athletic fees. That's not acceptable. Our town is being asked to make up for a failed state funding formula, something that I've testified on at the State House, and we need a sustainable path forward. I've also worked to improve how our government functions, chairing the committee to hire the new town manager, sponsoring charter updates, and rewriting the appointment process to ensure transparency for both the council and the town manager. Right now, I'm updating our administrative code to expand citizen participation at meetings. I hold my MBA and will be graduating this May with my doctorate in education, and I bring that experience into the work I do every day. I'm focused on moving Bridgewater forward with clear priorities and strong leadership. This town has a long history of people showing up for one another, and that's what I'm committed to protecting. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go through several themes through the night, and this first one is about strengths and background, and this first question by the rotation is going to go to you, MJ. What strengths would you bring to the town council or committee?
Well, thank you for that question, Joe. First and foremost, I, again, have been in municipal finance for well over 15 years. I started actually in the town collector's office in Dartmouth as a clerical assistant and worked my way up. In one of my more recent roles, I was the assistant finance director for the city of Marlborough, dealing with a budget that was almost $200 million. That's a lot of money. I bring with me expertise and knowledge about collections and revenue and investing and prudent investment of town funds, and also trying to make sure you have enough in stabilization, but also working with Treasury and accounting to make sure everything's there and everything's followed. That's what I bring to the table as a municipal finance individual.
Thank you. Same question to you. I'm going to try to keep, Paul's next, okay. What strengths would you bring to the committee?
Yeah, I think leadership and experience are 2 big ones that I think I would bring to the committee, and I do currently bring to the committee, or have been for the past 3 years. I think I have an ability to bring folks together, and I feel as though that's what our town needs most right now. We're very divided. We're very anxious and about the current situations happening with our water and schools, and I think we need to attack those challenges head on with somebody who's going to make themselves available and responsive to our citizens. And as I mentioned, that includes rewriting some of our citizen participation in our town admin code, holding office hours, which I try to do pretty regularly for folks to attend. I'm also very conscious about being responsive on email and making my own personal contact information available when needed as well, too. I think Bridgewater just needs a steady voice. After a lot of turnover with our town management and our town council over the last 3 years, a steady voice, somebody that can continue to carry plans forward, so we're not constantly changing plans or constantly navigating a different path forward. That's something I think I would bring, just consistency into this role.
Thank you. And same to you, Johnny? What would you bring to the committee?
Thank you. I'll be bringing, first and foremost, experienced leadership. In my first term as town councilor at large, my fellow councilors had the confidence in me to be able to lead them, even though I was pretty new at the position. And I believe that we've done a great job of navigating some really tough times over the last year. But what I'll continue to bring to the residents is consistent collaborative advocacy for them, to hear them, to be available to them, and to advocate on their behalf, because this is their community and we answer to them. I'll continue to bring my experience in business and engineering to solve the very difficult problems that we have. I look at everything with a really discerning lens, and I ask a lot of tough questions, sometimes maybe too many questions, but those questions need to be asked. We need to work collaboratively with our town manager, but we also need to hold our administrators in a place of accountability where they do understand that they do answer the town council and we answer to our residents. So I'll continue to be that medium between our residents and the rest of the operations of town.
This next question will start with Paul. From potholes and employment contracts to traffic concerns and emergency services, the work of a town councilor is varied. With this in mind, please explain your approach to handling controversial and complicated issues.
Yeah, look, I think through the past 3 years that I've been on the council, we've certainly experienced our fair share of ups and downs when it comes to any of the issues, not just the controversial ones. I think it's about having the ability to multitask and push each of those different paths forward. For folks that don't understand, I think the town budget is where a majority of the work that the council does lies. Having the ability to chair the Budget and Finance Committee this year really allowed me to attack some of those issues that you just mentioned. I also proposed last year that we put more money towards our roads and infrastructure, knowing that that was a significant piece of feedback we've heard from residents that we needed to change or needed to push forward. We were able to work with our local state representative and our state senator to get more funding from the state to be able to support some of our infrastructure needs. And so Bridgewater received an additional $300,000 that went towards roadway work, and we're a part of the 104 corridor study as well, too, to have some work done on 104. Those are significant changes. And we've seen work done on South Street that hadn't been attacked in years, just over the past year. It was started last spring and repaved. There's still plenty more to go forward with, but I do think that we've demonstrated an ability to push some of these projects forward that have sat kind of that haven't had the attention that they deserve over the last few years.
Same question to you, Johnny.
Can you repeat it
Repeat it.
exactly one more
Yeah.
time?
From potholes and employment contracts to traffic concerns and emergency services, the work of a town councilor is varied. With this in mind, please explain your approach to handling controversial and complicated issues.
Absolutely. So as the current president of the council, I've done my best to be available to residents as we navigate these difficult times. And I think we need to step back and address that we need to create and garner more trust with our residents. I believe that on the whole, if you look at trust in government, whether you go from a national down to a local level, trust from citizens to its government is extremely low. And how do we build that trust? We need to communicate. We need to overtly communicate to our residents. We need to explain to them why we're doing certain things, why we aren't doing certain things, providing them with the information that they need, and educate them and have them understand why we're taking these certain actions and steps that we're taking. And like I said before, just being available to them, finding ways to communicate with them in an effective way. Not everybody comes to town council meetings. Sometimes we operate in a silo or not hitting enough residents, so we need to figure out how we reach all of those residents. Social media can be a difficult medium to navigate, but sometimes that may be the best place to navigate, or rather to communicate with people. We need to explore all the different options and ways that we can interact and gain more trust with our residents.
Thank you. Same question, MJ?
Thank you, Lauren. So I take a pragmatic approach. I look at every issue, understand and prioritize where we need to address them. Like you said, the duties of a town council member are varied. Unfortunately, to the public, it can seem very nebulous, one thing versus another thing. What I try to do is I try to inform people about what it is, what we do, why we do it, and how long it's going to take. When I deal with constituents in my day-to-day work that I've done, I try to bring them aside. Make it so that they can understand it, make it simple, bring it down to the street level instead of it being all the way up at the top, and be clear about rules or guidance or items. Sometimes you can't get that pothole fixed because we don't have the money right now. Or maybe we need to fix up a contract and say, maybe that person's getting paid a little too much. Maybe we need to review it. We need to be able to explain that clearly to the public. I think the thing that's been missing in the last few years is some folks don't feel like there's been that level of transparency. It's something I definitely am greatly supportive of. And being accessible is something I pride myself on. Most folks will know that I'm extremely accessible via email, phone, text message, Facebook Messenger, even comments on a Facebook post. I'm extremely accessible. So if there's a question, I'm more than happy to answer it. And that being said also, I do believe that giving that comfort to folks, going to them, asking them what they want to know about, and get specifically ideas from them, and tell them, and be able to explain it. I think that's the most important part, being able to speak to the public. Even though we know inside baseball as public officials, not everybody understands that stuff. So to make it relatable and understandable to the public, that's something I greatly enjoy, and I thoroughly find rewarding in this field as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next theme, sort of government operations. This first question will be going to Johnny. The current system has been referred to as weak town council and strong town manager. What is your view in regards to the role of the council in managing and guiding Bridgewater? And this is to you first, Johnny.
Sure. So I think the town council is only as strong as the members that are on it. And I think that's an important distinction to make, is the charter empowers the town council to be accountable and to be the voice of the people. And I think that we need to understand and go back to the org chart and look that the residents sit up here, and then the town council, and then everybody else. And I think, you know, if people think that the town council is weak, then we need stronger members up here, and I will be one of those stronger members. However, we also need to understand that we need to work collaboratively. This is not a tyranny of the town council over the town manager. This is a collaborative approach. But we do have to go back and understand that, you know, we all serve the people. And that's all that I've got on that one.
Next, same question to you, MJ. The current system has been referred to as a weak town council, strong town manager. What is your view in regards to the role of the council in managing and guiding Bridgewater?
So thank you, Joe, for that question. I will definitely say in the 15 years that the town council has been in existence, the form of government that we've had, it has been stated that it is a strong town manager, weak town council. But to Johnny's point, the town council has to have the strength and temerity to be able to provide guidance and oversight to those who are our executive branch. But the public are the people, and we answer to them on a daily basis. If we are not listening to the public and we are not doing what they feel is the best interest of the community, then they need to hold the council accountable. But at the end of the day, the people are the strongest branch of our government. And while we do have a weak town council, strong town manager, the give and take of the everyday, the working back and forth between the executive branch and the legislative branch is all the more important. You do need close collaboration. You do need teamwork. In order to succeed, you need to operate as one cohesive unit. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the people who are going to hold us accountable are the people who fill this chamber every other Tuesday.
Do you need me to repeat that, Paul, or?
No, I think I'm good, thank you.
Good, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to take a different approach, although I agree with both Johnny and MJ and what they said about the members of the town council needing to be strong themselves. I think that's exactly the way our charter is written, the way that you kind of wrote that question. We are set up to have a very strong town manager and a town council that's responsible for legislating. And I think folks often get that mixed up. The town manager is the day-to-day operations. The town council is responsible for legislating and writing laws and updating laws. Also, I'll say that an important distinction is the town council has the ability to change that admin code, to update that admin code. And so while the folks sit here, and the 9 of us sit in these seats, all of us have the opportunity to bring forth legislation to change the code within the town. I do think that we'll see some significant changes upcoming in the next year or so with the new Charter Review Committee. I think it's now time, as the 5 or almost 6 years have elapsed since the last time we looked at the town charter. And I do think that a lot of changes will come from that committee, and hopefully positive changes that reflect the will of the citizens of Bridgewater. And so that's something that I'll support. That's something that I'll, in this role, would be happy to help guide along, and additionally provide any input that I can give to that committee as well too. But that's a group of citizens that are separate from this council that'll be able to look at that document critically and update it in the way that hopefully our citizens want to see this government be reflected.
Thank you.
This next question will start with MJ. What is your approach to oversight management of the town manager position? Has the current oversight been effective?
Thank you, Lauren, for that question. So, oversight. The town council is the body that hires the town manager, that conducts the search for the town manager. They're also the ones that set up the goals and directions for the town manager for a specific period of time. Unfortunately, it feels like in the last year or so, those goals haven't necessarily been met, or they've been rather nebulous to the public. It's really hard to tell if the town manager is doing a good job or not a good job. There hasn't really been that much of an evaluative practice to it. So, in that regard, you need to be able to carefully review how the council is going to approach that. They have to hire the person, they have to be able to work with that person, but they also have to be able to set clear guidelines, specific deliverables. And the evaluation process thus far, we haven't seen it happen. And unfortunately, that's much to the public's detriment. The town has a very clear lack of trust, both in the council and in the executive branch, because it doesn't appear like they're working together in tandem. And it feels like there needs to be a closer collaboration, a better discussion about how to approach that. Because at the end of the day, the town council is the one that hires the town manager. They're the ones that sign the contract. They're the ones that negotiate it. But if they're not giving clear deliverables and a clear direction that is both publicly accessible, then people aren't going to know what's going on, and you're going to have an even greater distrust of both the council and the town manager, much to the town's detriment.
Same question to you, Paul.
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure. What is your approach to oversight management of the town manager position? Has the current oversight been effective?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in my opening, but for me, I've been on the council for 3 years now, and we've had 3 different town managers. So 3 different personalities, 3 different leadership styles, 3 different ways to approach the work. I think that's a hard thing to judge in terms of has it been effective, because we haven't had steady leadership in some time. I think our new town manager has done a great job communicating with the council and making himself available to the council in a way that maybe the previous 2 town managers did not. I also think that the previous 2 town managers had different experiences. So for negative, not to speak negatively, it was just a different experience for me. I think it's not so much about overreach. I think it's about working together. And for a long time, this town council has operated independently from our town manager, and vice versa, our town manager independently from the council. I don't think it's a matter of oversight. It's a matter of working more collaboratively with the 9 folks here and the 1 person in that town manager role. And I think we could all do a better job of doing that going forward. And that's something I'd like to see our council take initiative in doing as well too.
Same question, Johnny?
Thank you. So I can't speak to prior practice, but as Paul mentioned, we've had 3 town managers in 3 years, and what this town needs is consistency. And what I could speak to is what we've done this year. Again, Paul took on a large role in negotiating the contract for our current town manager, and there are some very key points in there where there is performance reviews and metrics which are tied to performance. And that was something that we looked at very carefully, and that's something that we did not take lightly. We set very clear town manager goals this year as a council. As I was on the committee that wrote those goals, they are extremely clear. They have a timeline, and it's very, very easy to measure success. And we've been consistently meeting with our town manager to go over those goals. So I could tell you that that work is being done now, and it's being done, that it's much better than it had been done previously. I know that I just filled out my town manager evaluation and handed it in last week. So this is something that we are doing very, very diligently. speaking to the collaborative process, and not necessarily oversight, but as town council president, I speak with our town manager nearly every day, and I'm making sure that we are on the same page and that we're executing as best as we can for our town.
Thank you.
Continuing on along with that same government operations theme, some in the community are unhappy with the performance of leadership in Bridgewater, including direction, management, decision-making, and more. Is Bridgewater better with the current council manager than prior town meeting administrator? And I think the first question is going to you, Paul.
Yeah, I feel like this is getting repetitive with the same questions, but I'll try to answer as best as I can. I think that the current form of government can work for Bridgewater. And as folks have said up here tonight, I think it all depends on who's sitting in those seats moving forward. The questions they're asking, the accountability they're choosing to hold town officials with, all of that is key to making this government successful. I don't feel as though, having attended another town's form of government recently, I don't feel as though that form of government is any better. A select board, a town meeting, all of that seems kind of archaic to me in a sense. It's hard to get people to come out and vote for certain things. Our town in Bridgewater had that form of government a decade ago and was no better off than we are today. In fact, they were worse. The budget situation was worse than it is today. Our schools were facing or were decredited. And so I don't think it's necessarily a form of government that needs to change, or would we be better off in a different form of government? I think this is the form of government. It just needs the right people sitting in the seats to make it work well.
Thank you. Same question to Johnny. Do you need to repeat that, or? Yeah.
No, that's okay. Paul stole my answer anyway, so. But going back to what a lot of us said before, the government is only going to be as good as its leaders, and that the government is only going to be as good as the 9 people sitting in these seats. I think that it's great that we have some challengers this year. It's great to see a heavily contested District 1 race, but we also have one council seat which is unopposed. And I would like to see more folks coming out and challenging these seats. I'd like to see a room full of people here vying for these seats. But going back to what I said earlier about trust, they don't trust that they have the power to voice their opinions and to actually enact change. And so that's something that's going to be addressed over time. Going back to getting the right people involved, I was very proud that we held the first public meeting that we've had here in around a decade per our charter. It's not something that we did previously. So we're making some steps towards getting more involvement from our citizens, and I think that that's when we're going to thrive as a community, when we have more citizen involvement, more passion, and the right people, not only in these seats, but also out there participating and communicating with us.
Thank you. And same question to you, MJ?
Of course, thank you, Joe. So much to what Mr. Murphy and Mr. Loretti both said, the form of government that we have is, right now, good, but it could do better. It's been a form of government that we've had for 15 years. I've seen it in its early days. I've seen it when it had one of its longest meetings where it went till like 2 a.m. in the morning. I've seen it where it's had meetings where it have been less than 45 minutes. I'll say that was a record on the Finance Committee a few weeks ago. We hit that one. But I think the issue is a level of trust in the government itself. Not many folks trust a council manager form of government. If you ask any person on the street who has a little bit of involvement in town, they would say, I don't trust anything going on in town hall. They don't represent me. I want them all gone. I absolutely understand that frustration. I get it all the time. I hear it all the time. And I understand it. I understand where the frustration is coming from. And I understand where people are saying, I want to go back to a Board of Selectmen form of government. There are things we can do to make changes to the government and find greater efficiencies and find a better way to work together, because ultimately at the end of the day, we're operating in the public's best interest. I actually outlined it in what I call the Silver Initiative. It's one of my 4 initiatives that I proposed out there to address water, environment, government, and finances. And the Silver Initiative actually addresses that with a bunch of things, including the first ever quasi-public oversight committee. And I think that'd be a great thing to bring more people in, to actually allow people to, say, hey, this government actually works. I do want to participate. Right now, the lack of participation is because of the lack of trust. And what we need to do is rebuild the trust from the ground up to the top.
Thank you. I apologize to the other candidates. We're going to walk in for the next forum, so like, please
Try
stay
to hold them
outside.
back, yeah.
Please stay outside. We'll start this question with Johnny. Bridgewater voters have rejected 13 Proposition 2.5 overrides since 1991. With this in mind, and knowing that existing local revenues cannot keep pace with our infrastructure and school funding needs, what solutions would you propose to address this recurring challenge?
I think we need to look at it from a number of angles. Not to cast blame on anybody else, but we need to recognize that the state is underfunding our communities. If you look at the MMA report from last year titled A Perfect Storm, it's very, very clear that the state has been underfunding municipalities such as Bridgewater for a very long time, and it's not even keeping up with inflation. Instead, monies are being sent to other communities, and the communities that are in the middle, and I think that Bridgewater is very much a suburban/rural community, those communities are being left behind. We're not being funded adequately with Chapter 70 money. We're not getting unrestricted government aid as we should be. And what the result of that is that the burden is being put on the backs of our local taxpayers, many of which can't afford it. And I think that that's a reality that we need to understand, is that it's not that our residents don't care and they don't want to vote yes for an override, they don't want better roads, better schools, better police and fire services, is that so many people just simply cannot afford it. So I think we need to start, or rather continue advocating at that level. I was at the Chapter 70 meeting. Councilor Murphy was there with me as well, and we advocated for our schools. And that is the important work that we need to do. In regard to funding our community, we need to, like I say, understand that some people can't afford it. We need to communicate with them effectively, and we need to give them options. I think we need the community to choose where it wants to spend its money. We need to provide, if we're going to move forward with an override vote into the future, options for our community to choose from. What do they want to see their dollars go into? And we'll be able to shape through their votes the community that they want.
Same question to you, MJ.
All right, thank you, Lauren. So first and foremost, much to Mr. Loretti's point, one of the big issues is that we are not getting enough money from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts because of the Chapter 70 formulas, because of the way Prop 2.5 is written. And unfortunately, the Commonwealth has not honored its obligations to the 351 towns and cities. That being said, there's an opportunity to advocate stronger, more effectively to the Commonwealth, and to constantly tell them they need to fix the problems that are at the state level, because now it's affecting all 351 towns and cities. That MMA report was quite damning as to the level of stress that is on towns and cities right now in the Commonwealth. We can barely make ends meet. The Commonwealth provides us all sorts of funding through unrestricted general government aid, or UGA, for those that like caveman language, but also Chapter 70 and Chapter 90. The formulas are broken. They don't necessarily meet the needs of towns right now in the 21st century. They worked 40, 50 years ago. Great. But times have changed. Inflation has gone higher. The economies are different. There are different needs from the communities. We need to be able to ask them to look at what those laws are and find ways to bring more money into the towns and cities. At the local level, I recognize that the O word is probably one of the cardinal sin type words in local government. I've seen towns pass them, I've seen towns not pass them. I know last year's override, I respect the result that the public gave, and I understand it. Times are very tough. Trust me, I'm having a hard time making ends meet myself. But I think where the issue lay last year was maybe a lack of ability to advocate on the part of the town to say these are our options right now, this is what happens if we don't. Because right now we're facing a massive deficit for FY27, and it's only going to be exacerbated by the needs of the school district. We need to be able to tell the Commonwealth that their problem needs to be fixed immediately, so the rest of us here at the local level can effectively work to find solutions on our end from our finances, because what little we have, we need to be able to spend it the most efficiently. And I think that's what we need to do right now.
Paul, same question to you.
Could you repeat it one more time?
Sure. Bridgewater voters have rejected 13 Proposition 2.5 overrides since 1991. With this in mind, and knowing that existing local revenues cannot keep pace with our infrastructure and school funding needs, what solutions would you propose to address this recurring challenge?
Yeah, I think that's a tough question that we've had conversations about already within budget and finance and at the town council level. Certainly had those conversations with our town manager, but I think it involves cutting some of our largest expenses. And that unfortunately means that our salary line, being one of the largest expenses in town, will probably be the first to look at and the first step of us being critical in the process. Whether that means eliminating jobs fully or reducing hours, asking folks to take a cut or a step back, those are all things that have to be on the table and are very unfortunate and put Bridgewater in a difficult position, especially long term, when it comes to hiring good quality people to work in our town offices. But with that being the largest expense, I think that's probably the first place to start. There are also other town services that the town provides to folks, such as the library, the senior center, police, and fire. All of those will have to be looked at with a critical eye. I think the folks, the individuals that voted last year against the override spoke loud and clear that they, as MJ said, can maybe not afford to put any more money forward. But the town can't operate in a deficit either. So unfortunately, cuts in a critical eye will have to be made when it comes to adjusting for the FY27 budget. And it's unfortunate and it's going to hit people really hard. But I think that's the responsible and most reasonable thing to do until we can find a better path forward, whether that's continuing to advocate at the state level or to rethink what our offerings are when it comes to a future override. Maybe a lesser amount, more focus on a particular area, as Mr. Loretti said. I think all of that needs to be on the table.
Thank you. Moving on to the next theme, and this first question is going to go to MJ as we get into water and development. There are long-term water problems in Bridgewater. How would you grade the performance of town leadership through this? What would you do now to improve the significant problems? Again, this first one's to you, MJ.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. So this is one of those things that I actually addressed in my proposed Blue Initiative. How do we address the water and how do we work through the problem that we currently face? I know that there is a concern that leadership has not been the best, that some answers seem to change with each separate day. We need to have a consistent message. We need to know exactly what the problem is so that we can address it correctly. I recognize that going as far back as last year, it was mentioned by the previous DPW director, water sewer director, Jonas Keselowskis, that there were issues with drawing up certain amounts of water per day. That's a problem. And it's only gotten worse as the year has gone by. And now we're facing the situation that we are right now where we're connected into Middleborough and the possibility that we're not going to have that connection much longer. In fact, I understand they're having a meeting tonight about it. But that aside, we need to be able to hold those who have made the decisions in the last year accountable, and we need to review exactly the work that has been done and the processes that have led us to this point. Because in order to fix those, we need to understand where things went wrong. I often say to folks, the only way we find out a problem is obviously the lack of imagination to figure out that there could be a problem. And in this instance, it feels like we need to go back and say to management, where was the disconnect here? Why wasn't the council necessarily informed? Why was the public led to believe that water was, we could get it and have certain projects be done, and then end up all of a sudden, now we're in a water emergency? Math doesn't math on that. So for me, I want to see a full review of the management. I want to take a look at what we can do to conserve water that we have right now and take steps to ensure that water usage is lessened in the town, but also maintained for healthy quality. And one of the things I certainly would like to do is actually get the federal government involved in that to try to address it.
Thank you. Same question to you, Paul, or do you need me to repeat it, or?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, thank
Okay,
you.
yep, that's fine. There are long-term water problems in Bridgewater. How would you grade the performance of town leadership through this? And what would you do now to improve the significant problems?
Yeah, look, I mentioned this again several times. I think that having an inconsistent town manager in this town has led to the problems being increased or more serious than they probably could have been had we had consistent or steady leadership. I think each of the three town managers that I've worked with took a different approach to the water concerns or water issues within town. Some kept it very close to the vest. Some just kept it so that water was flowing. And our current town manager, I believe, is attacking the problem. I think over the last 8 months that our current town manager has been in the town, he has done more for this town related to water infrastructure than we've seen in a decade plus. And I know that for him and for the folks on this council with the research and the daily updates that we're getting on water, it's almost like peeling back an onion. So every time you take a piece off, you discover a new piece of infrastructure that needs to be attended to or needs to be updated. And then we'll attack that problem, and then you go further down the line, and there's another piece of infrastructure that needs to be attacked or updated. The infrastructure itself, at some places in this town, is almost 80 years old, 50 to 80 years old. It's well exceeded its lifespan, and it needs attention and it needs upgrading. But how do you do that all at once with one system? I think our goal now is to provide clean, safe drinking water to folks as fast as we can. I'm confident in the current plan that we have forward, regardless of what you hear online. And I do feel as though in the next few months, if not sooner, we're going to see significant change in our water quality in town and have a long-term plan moving forward.
Thank you. Johnny, do you need me to repeat it, or you good, or?
No, I think I got it.
Okay, cool.
You asked for a grade, and it's hard to answer that question, but I'm going to just give it to you straight. I think that this community gets a grade F over the last couple of decades in managing our water. We don't have enough of it, and the quality is poor. And I think that we need to recognize that. But we cannot sit there and just stay with that and point fingers. We need to move forward. And the plan that we have now moving forward is one that I'm very confident in. But if you go back to 10 years ago in 2016 when we started to do the research and commission the High Street treatment plant, and if you look at the manganese levels at Plymouth Street were higher than the ones at the High Street wells. Why was that not part of the plan? Why was there not foresight at that point in time? It takes 5+ years to develop wells. We need a consistent town manager. We need consistent leadership that's going to sit there with that plan and say, what does 5 years look like from now? What does 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? What does that look like? That hasn't been done, and we need to recognize that, and we need to move forward. The town council acts as the water commissioners in this town, and we need to take the wheel, and we need to drive through legislation how we're going to address that problem. A big problem is that we did not have a process codified in our admin code as to how we determine how much water capacity we have. There was an internal process which was very mysterious, and people wonder why we don't have trust. And this is why, with the help of Councilor Kennedy, I put legislation forward which is going to address that. So if we're going to put a grade on what we're doing recently, I'm very, very confident in what we're doing. In a 6-month period, we're going to go from declaring a water emergency to having a permanent treatment facility up and going. Is that going to provide a solution? In the short term, we're going to barely keep our heads above the water, if you will, but we need to work forward or work towards more permanent solutions moving forward.
All right, we'll start with Paul for this one. We're not beating a dead horse, but we're getting to a different angle on the question. Water remains a critical need in our community. Existing residents and businesses have grappled with unhealthy conditions for years. How do you plan to handle the cost for addressing this crucial remediation and the ongoing flux of new construction and redevelopment to expand our tax base?
Yeah, I think we took a great first step end of last summer when we updated our water rates. The biggest thing that we did was we changed our formula from simply just water consumption to the demand of water and water consumption. Now that we charge per demand, or in simpler terms, size of the piping coming into a particular location, that gives us consistent fixed revenue coming in, as opposed to just depending solely on water usage. I think that'll tremendously help our enterprise funds now being able to project further out more consistently what that revenue looks like for us to be able to make those long-term upgrades to the system. It allows for better planning going forward. So now that we can have, a 3 or 5 year plan and know consistently that this is the revenue we're going to get, and anything plus when it comes to water usage, it's even better. We're now charging some of our highest water users, because of that demand piece, more than we ever have. And in fact, families who have single family homes are even paying less than they did the year before because of this new rate study. So it really makes sense to start thinking about how we're charging folks with demand as opposed to usage. And I think that that, again, is going to give us the crucial revenue needed to be able to upgrade our system, but also sustain our system, something that, again, we haven't been able to do in the last decade. So continuing to find ways in which we can keep that revenue and that rate steady going forward, and continuing to push on our biggest water users to have to pay that higher rate amount.
Same question to you, Johnny.
Paul takes my answers again, but I think it was extremely important and pertinent of the council last year to review our water rates. They hadn't been updated in a very long time, and our town manager and this council, we had the foresight to go ahead and do that and look and project out into the future. We have tens of millions of dollars in water and sewer infrastructure upgrades that we need to make, and nobody previously took the time to project out how we're going to actually pay for that. And with these new water and sewer rates, as they're heavily skewed towards our larger users, now we're going to be in a position to actually pay for those upgrades that we so desperately need. A lot of people are very concerned about the water that BSU uses, and while we still need to lean on them to conserve water within reason, we do need to understand that because they are our biggest user, they also pay the highest per capita rate. So not only are they paying the highest amount, they're paying the highest unit rate as well. So they are subsidizing the water rates for everybody else, and that's something that people need to understand. But we also do need to work cooperatively with them because we do have a capacity issue. So that being said, speaking of state facilities, we need to lean on the state as they expect us to further develop our town. We have a parcel on Hale Street that the governor wants us to redevelop. There was an RFP out for that. And our town manager and myself, I wrote a letter to DCAM, are demanding that we get remediation for our infrastructure. If BSU wants to put that up for sale and have it be developed, then we need some help. If you want us to be a part of your initiative, then you need to come to the table and help us with some infrastructure management.
MJ, same question to you.
Thank you, Lauren. So much to the point of Mr. Murphy and Mr. Loretti, it's good that we have gotten the rates adjusted and changed so that they're more focused on the higher users than they are the lower users. That's a good thing for long-term planning for capital improvement. It's fantastic. In the immediate near term, one of the things that I proposed in the Blue Initiative was how do we address getting clean water to residents right now in homes and offices. The water quality right now is not great, but there's a way around that. People can install water filtration systems in their homes and home offices. I would look to, as a unique solution, see if this is feasible. When people come into the building department and say that they're installing these types of systems, give them a discount on the permit itself so that more folks in town will be encouraged to install those systems. Because while we're getting the funding in to do the capital improvements over the long term, over the 5, 10, 20-year period, the immediate need is good, clean water right now. So to encourage folks to come on in, get their permits to do in-home or in-office water filtration systems, that's going to be one way of encouraging people and getting the water cleaner, at least on their end. Because when it's coming to their pipes, even though the projects haven't been completed yet, or they're in the, they're in the offing, they're going to be done, they're going to be contracted, especially the state one, we need to be able to get clean water into folks' homes. So a lot of folks in town are buying water filtration systems. I want to make it more accessible for them to be able to get those systems and not have a roadblock to getting those systems installed in their homes. Permits, I don't necessarily know exactly what the cost is for a filtration system at this point, something I do want to look into, especially where I'd like to see there be a discount on that permit. So I'm very happy that the town has worked towards those long-term plans, but we need something a little bit more immediate for residents for a little bit of relief now.
Thank you. This next question will start with Johnny. The Old Colony Planning Council recently released a study of the Route 104 corridor. In addition to serving as a highly traveled road connecting the center of Bridgewater to retail, lodging, and other amenities, Route 104 also abuts Lake the Nip, which is not only a natural gem in our community providing recreational space, but also feeds 5 local wells. In recent years, the area has been identified by developers as a site for major projects, from residential developments, hotels, and a proposed acute care rehabilitation facility, which is currently being vetted by local boards and committees. Given the existing documented traffic conditions and the proximity to water resources and wetlands, should additional development occur in this area, and if yes, what kind?
Thank you. I live on the Nip. I am actually lakefront on the Nip. The Nip is the reason why I live in Bridgewater. A few years ago, when my wife and I were searching for a permanent home, she actually brought me to the Keith House, for those that are familiar. It's on Lakeside Drive. It's the very end of it. And we were, considering an appetite for a renovation. But anyway, we went elsewhere, and we went on the other side of the lake just because I fell in love with the area. And I'm a big outdoorsman. I love hunting. I love fishing. I just fell absolutely in love. And it's a place that I want to preserve, and it's something that I feel extremely strong about and I'm very, very passionate about. I know that years ago there was a proposal to put a restaurant on the lake, and I believe that that's something that shouldn't happen. We need to preserve that lake and that resources as best as we possibly can. Every day I look outside and I see the beautiful wildlife. I see bald eagles almost every day. It's a beautiful thing to behold, and it's something that we cannot infringe upon. With that being said, there are opportunities for development on 104, but we need to make sure that we're not encroaching upon the area of environmental concern that the NIP has been designated as. But there are other sites, and I believe that if there are locations where we aren't infringing upon conservation land, that area of environmental concern, streams, that we should explore that, because this town is in desperate need of commercial development. It just has to be done in the right spot.
Same question to you, MJ.
Thank you, Lauren. Much like Mr. Loretti, I too actually live over on the Lake Nipponicket area. In fact, actually, I take a walk there just about every day from where I actually live over at Lake Shore Center. I recognize that OCPC has done that report, and I know that there are opportunities for development in the town of Bridgewater, but much to Ms. Loretti's point, the environment is critically important to our town. It's part of our character. It's part of our identity. I'm very big into environmental protection. I believe that the lake itself is one of the great natural resources in the town of Bridgewater, along with the other areas of wooded land around it. We need to find ways to protect it. Part of my green initiative was actually looking at ways that we can do that. But to balance it off against development, there needs to be a careful, more tactful approach as to how that development is done. I recognize that there are projects currently being reviewed by the planning board that currently have some still reviewed by DEP and conservation. I would love to see that those developments be reviewed for greater environmental impact and protection. I would love to see the natural landscape be further integrated into any developments that go up over there, if they are to go up there. I'm treading very lightly because I actually am a resident in one of the places that's owned by one of those developers, so I have to be very careful, and it's a conflict of interest. But I will say, on the whole, environmental protection is a very big thing for me in this town, and I can tell you right now, as a little kid, I loved going by all of our forests, by all of our wooded areas, especially Camp Titicut down the road from Lake Nipponicket. And this town has a great green background. I'd love to maintain it and preserve it for future generations.
Thank you. Paul, same
Nope.
question.
I won't make you repeat the
I
question, but
wrote it down. It's not from
just for an
memory.
interest of time. I think I'm the only candidate up here that does not live near the lake. I'm actually significantly far away from the lake.
We'll get you moved over there.
However, it is a beautiful asset to our town. And I will say this. I attended the 104 corridor study when it took place this summer. I actually had the opportunity to log in and hear from folks from the state talk about it. I think the most important piece of what you just asked is making sure that the current infrastructure can handle any more development. And as it stands now, my belief is that it cannot. So I don't believe that 104 can handle any further development. And on top of that, you have the environmental protections that need to happen along 104 and then especially by the NIP. And so until those issues are addressed and that road is addressed to the state, I wouldn't support any further development along the road or near the lake.
Thank you.
Moving on through our next theme, constituent services, and this first one's going to go, or will go initially to MJ. Council meetings. Public forum currently does not provide any answers, feedback, leaving the impression that concerns are ignored. Would you change public forum, and if so, how?
Thank you for that question, Joe. It's actually one that I've been carefully thinking about for quite a while. I think the 3-minute rule is onerous to the public input process. I know that there's a rule that was supposedly put out there with an opinion from the town attorney. I think that in order to hear people, you can't just have a 3-minute soundbite. You need to be able to exchange with them. While you can't necessarily exchange with them on items that haven't come up on the agenda yet, you can at least address them, the items that are on the agenda that evening, and say, we'll take your information into consideration. And when that conversation finally comes up for the council, at least we can make a better informed decision. Constituent services is a very big thing for me. One thing I actually didn't mention was that I was a legislative aide at the State House for 2 years. I worked for a state representative from the western part of the state. Constituent services is one of my bread and butter things. I love conversing with the public. I like speaking with people. I like getting an idea of what's going on, what their concerns are. So for me, as someone, if given the opportunity to serve on the council, I'd be looking at that 3-minute rule so that I could hear from the people directly. Because I think it's not just important to me, but also important to other members of the council. And it needs to be better than that 3-minute soundbite.
Thank you. Same question to you, Paul?
Yeah, I think I spoke about this in my intro earlier this evening, but I've actually already written legislation to change the admin code to address this, to allow for the removal of the 3-minute period and to allow for the president of the council to direct the town manager to answer any questions that are asked by the public for which they have an answer to at the time being. We got to make that explicitly clear, and we have to update our guidelines as written now. I understand there's an open meeting law that we all have to abide by, but there is ways in which dialogue or answers to questions can be had during those meetings, and that needs to happen and needs to change now. A lot of what we were operating in was a town admin or a town code that was written by our own citizens years and years ago. It's just time that it needs to be updated, and any of us 9 sitting up here had the opportunity to do so, but I knew that this was an ongoing concern, and so I took the initiative to start rewriting that admin code, and hopefully it'll be on the next town council agenda at the end of the month as well, too.
Thank you. Johnny, same question?
Thank you. As president, it's very uncomfortable for me to sit there and not be able to engage with residents. And I want to be able to go back and forth and communicate with them and honor them for coming out and speaking their mind in a way that is deserving, which is one of the reasons why I held the first public meeting, as I mentioned earlier, in about a decade, because I want our residents to be able to bring forward items for discussion. And that was a great meeting, and I hope that we do another one of those soon. And we've also done a few times throughout the year where we've had discussions and we've allowed residents to come up and speak. We've been making small steps forward in the right direction, but it's been something that's been difficult to grapple with because for so long this council has operated under the notion that it's a 3-minute rule and you can't respond, and the admin code doesn't necessarily call for that, and I'm glad that Councilor Murphy's going to clarify a lot of those things. So I am all for amending that, for allowing more active participation with our constituents and be able to get some answers and dialogue for them so that they're encouraged to come to meetings and for them to come and participate. No one wants to stand there at that podium and just have 9 sets of eyeballs rather, staring back at them blankly. It's very, very uncomfortable. You think to yourself, why am I even doing this? So I'm all for increasing engagement, increasing the conversation and engagement with our citizens.
Thank you.
In a similar vein, this one will go to Paul first. Responding to residents is a significant part of the town councilor's role. However, timely and effective communication from elected and appointed town government leaders has repeatedly come up as lacking in recent years. While progress has been made in upgrading the town website and providing email alerts and social media posts to share information, not all community stakeholders use these platforms. What other ways would you use to connect with residents and share important information?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll actually push back a little bit and say that the upgrades that we made to the website aren't fully working for the community as of yet. I think we're heading in the right direction, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there. Communication was one of the biggest aspects that I looked for when we hired a town manager, because it was something, again, my previous 2 years prior to hiring this new town manager that we had been struggling with significantly. I think we have good plans in place for a lot of the projects or major concerns that citizens voice. We just don't have an effective way to communicate it. And I would say that the most effective way that I've been able to connect with citizens is to go to them, find ways to go to the citizens that have those conversations. Don't wait for them to come to you. That's the most important. So I've held office hours at the senior center. I've been at the library. I've been in this building. I've attended other meetings for different committees around the town. I think it's very important for counselors to go out and make themselves available, and then as a duty also replying to emails or social media, maybe direct messages, whatever it may be. But making sure that folks do get a response to every email that comes through, I think, is critically important to me and something that I try to provide. If I disagree or I don't feel as though the comments being made is something in line with my values or what my beliefs are, I try to be as open and transparent as possible in that communication by saying so. But also recognizing to folks that I respect their thoughts and opinions. And even taking it a step further, I'm always willing to give out my contact information or even meet folks. I've met plenty of folks around town for coffee, for lunches. I've gone to the local businesses to have conversations with them. And so again, my complete message on that is to go to the citizens, not wait for them to come to you.
Awesome. Same question to you, Johnny.
Yeah, I think that being proactive is really important. I think reaching out to people and letting them know, I'm going to listen to you, your voice is being heard. I think that being present at events is super important. Getting out there, going to community events and interacting with residents and meet them where they are. And that requires, like I said, being available to them, letting them know, here's my phone number, give me a call, here's my email, what method of communication do you prefer? How can you as a counselor reach the most people? And as Councilor Murphy said, our website does still need a bit of work, and maybe that's not the most effective way to communicate with people. I've thought about what's the best way to communicate with people, and whether we like it or not, social media is extremely powerful. A lot of information kind of gets mixed up in the wires there, but it's the most effective way to communicate with the most amount of people. I look at my reach on a post, for example. I could reach 5,000 people. How else can you reach 5,000 people? You're not going to be able to do that by going out and shaking hands or putting out information on a website. So that's the reality. Maybe the town needs to be more proactive on how it uses its social media platforms. These are just ideas, but it's just about being proactive, getting out there, and making yourself available.
Thank you. Same question, MJ.
Thank you, Lauren. Much to the points of Mr. Murphy and Mr. Loretti, I am actually very strongly involved in constituent correspondence and contact. It's one of the things that in my day-to-day work, it's something I have to do. Someone needs an answer to a tax question, you got to give it to them. You got to be able to give them the correct information, but you also got to be able to make it relatable and understandable. And believe me, I won't get into everything about excise tax questions, but believe me, it's a big question. But I think to be responsive to the people, yes, we do need to use all of the tools at our disposal. I agree that the website isn't the best. In fact, actually, in my opinion, is a bit worse than what it was previously. Civic Plus was actually a decent platform. I've worked with it in multiple other towns. But we need to be able to connect with people in different ways. Public meetings, information sessions, social media posts, a great point. I use social media on the day-to-day. Despite my youthful appearance, I've actually been using social media for 20 years. So I understand where it's brought people and where it's taking them. It's a way of being accessible, but being able to speak to someone and be able to relate to them and understand where they're coming from on something, it's something I take great pride in. Being able to contact someone, being able to say that I'm accessible and actually pick up the phone. I would say if someone called me at 9 p.m. at night, I'd be picking up that phone asking what is going on, what do you need help with, how can I be of assistance. I'm not afraid of that type of that kind of contact. I thrive on it. In fact, actually, it's the reason why I still stay in public service, because it's what I do every day of my life. I got into this field to be a helper, to be an informer, to be a person who can guide and give guidance and give understanding. So for me, that's a very big thing, and that's also going to be part of my Silver Initiative as well.
Thank you. Moving on to our last area, government relations or schools. And this first question, I'll start off with you, Johnny. Funding for education is a large budget item, probably the largest, within Bridgewater. How do you see the current relationship between the leadership of the town council or the leadership of the town and the BR School Committee. Is there anything you would change?
Sure. I think that this is something that we've been working on diligently over the last couple of years. As we noticed last year, there was a tremendous push to fund our schools, which they so desperately need. And it was the first time that I know of that we set up a joint working group where there are members from the town, both member towns, Bridgewater and Rainham, to meet together with the Bridgewater Rainham school committee and the superintendent. And I think that that was a step in the right direction. I think that in order to make that relationship even stronger, we need to continue to have those joint meetings, which is why we're having a joint meeting with the school committee and the superintendent and our budget, our finance committee tomorrow night. I think that we all do need to step back, though, and realize that we do have the same objective, and the objective is to provide a high-quality education for our students. And in the current climate that we have now, we all need to understand that we all face our own unique challenges, and we need to really understand the challenges that one another faces. We have our own challenges in the departments that we have direct oversight over on the town side, and then the school has very unique challenges on their side. And we need to meet in the middle from a place of empathy in order to work together and to be able to understand each other so that we could continue to work towards that common objective. But we all need to come to the table and be able to play the game. We all need to be doing the work. If the town side of things is taking cuts, as the school has for a while, then that's what needs to be done. So there needs to be an equal effort on both sides.
Thank you. Same question to you, MJ?
Yep, thank you, Joe. So, much to that point, collaboration is one of the biggest things that we can offer between the school district and the town itself. It is one of our biggest funding items in the budget every year. I mean, it's a 60-40 deal with us and Rainham. We're roughly 60%, they're roughly 40%. Working closely with the school district is vitally important. And actually, part of that process, there is hopefully wiggle room that we can look to possibly work closer together at an earlier point in the budget cycle. The school district starts their budget cycle practically on July 1st, while it takes a few months for the town to start looking at its own budget process. So what I personally would like to see happen is the town and the school district meet at an earlier point in the budget cycle, possibly after the start of the fiscal year, and get an idea of how things are starting to shape up for the school district. I know this wouldn't necessarily be right now for FY27, but it would be for FY28. And what we can do and how we can discuss what it looks like it's going to be for FY28, what the school enrollment's going to look like, how they think the cost per pupil is going to run down, and how the town can assist in addressing those. Especially with the integration of the finance committee, being an advice and consent body is vitally important to the functions of maintaining the budget, overseeing the budget, and helping to implement the budget and provide guidance on it. So for me, I'd like to see that collaboration happen earlier, because I think if we have more information at the start, towards the end of that cycle, everybody's on the same page. There's no questions left unasked, and we have as many answers as we can to find out how much it's going to cost per pupil, what the school district's going to get from the Commonwealth, and exactly how much it could potentially impact town services in the short and long term.
Thank you. And to you, Paul?
Yeah, I think for me, I think the current form of leadership is working right now. The communication between the school committee and the town council is pretty heavy on my part. I think this goes back to saying each counselor has a duty or within their role to keep themselves informed. They should be communicating with school committee members and vice versa. And so I would encourage each and every one of us to do that on their own. But I do think that the current process is working. Johnny did a great job this year bringing the groups together earlier in the process. But the fact of the matter is the funding is what it is. There's only so much here in our bucket, and there's what they're asking for. There's no other way to communicate that more effectively. I think we've known for a long time what's coming down the pike for the schools. And so, again, I think we've done a good job preparing ourselves, being ready for it. Communication on my part's been there, and I know some of my other fellow counselors the same. It's just a funding issue right now that we're all caught in the middle of.
Thank you. Losing track of trying to keep our notes because
So we're going to skip the short answer questions, and we'll go right to the closing statements, which we will start with MJ with 30 seconds.
All right, thank you. So if given the opportunity to serve, folks will understand one thing with me. On day one, it's openness and transparency. If you have a question, I'm going to get you an answer. If I don't have the answer, I'm going to get it for you. I believe in working together. I believe in collaborating on ideas, hearing from the people. If I have an idea and you got something better, let me hear it. I want to be able to bring that to the fore and make it happen.
Thank you. Paul?
I wrote something, but I'm going to pull an MJ and also talk from the heart here, too. I just want to say that I think despite what folks see online or despite what folks maybe hear in a meeting when they attend a town council meeting, there's a lot of good happening in our town, and there's a lot of good people in our town. Folks that have been here for their entire lives, folks like me who've been here just recently in the last 5 years. I've made a lot of important decisions in this town, like buying my first home, raising my first child. All of that is very important to me, but I don't think we celebrate the good people in this town enough. And so as a member of this town council, I hope to find ways to do that, to attack our problems, efficiently and quickly, but then also to celebrate the good people and what makes Bridgewater, Bridgewater.
Johnny?
Well, I guess we're going to throw this out.
Dramatic.
Make sure you recycle it.
Yeah. Last year, when I got into this, I saw it as a one-year opportunity to get my feet wet, and I look forward to serving another 3 years. I think that for me, personally, with the direction that this council is taking, I know that we've had our troubles in the past, but we could only move forward, and I am fully committed to doing that.
Thank you. Thank you, candidates, for joining us tonight and participating in the forum, and thank you to the voters for tuning in. We just wanted to remind residents that absentee ballots for the annual town election are now available in the town clerk's office. Registered voters may vote by absentee ballot if they are unable to vote at the polls on election day because of the following reasons: absence from town during the hours that polls are open, physical disability, or observing religious beliefs. To vote absentee, you can vote in person at the town clerk's office during normal business hours before Friday, April 24th at 12 p.m., or download and submit an absentee ballot application from the town's website. Registered voters may also request a ballot to vote by mail. Applications are available on the town clerk's website and the Secretary of the Commonwealth's online portal. It's strongly recommended that anyone planning to vote by mail request a mail-in ballot no later than Friday, April 17th. Ballots must be returned to the town clerk, not brought to the polls on election day. Absentee and mail-in ballots can be submitted using the ballot drop boxes located outside Town Hall at 66 Central Square in Bridgewater to ensure your ballot is counted. Please note any ballots received after 8 p.m. on Saturday, April 25th will be rejected. For more information about any of these voting options, please contact the town clerk's office at 508-697-0921. Thanks so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 2026 Bridgewater Candidates Forum. We have an exciting year with many individuals coming forward and a number of contested races to represent you, the voters. Election Day is Saturday, April 25th. Polls will be open from 7 to 8 at the O'Donnell Middle School in Bridgewater, 166 Prospect Street, or the old high school, as many people know it. We're taping for Bridgewater people. I know the polls will be open in Rainham, but we're pretty much taping for Bridgewater that, you
Oh,
know,
sure.
that's what, this is gonna, you know. I am Joe Gillis, one of your hosts for this evening. 30-year resident here of Bridgewater, been active in many community groups, as well as been appointed or elected to bodies within Bridgewater and beyond. And I have my co-host Lauren here.
Thank you, Joe. I'm Lauren DiFilippo from the Bridgewater Democratic Town Committee. I'm excited to be part of this and help introduce our candidates to the voters as we enter this election season. I've been living in Bridgewater this time around for 7 years. I am a mom of 2. I have a student at the Williams and one who will be entering the Mitchell next year. So very excited to get the ball rolling tonight.
Where are we? I was like flipping to make sure where we were. Okay. On April 25th, voters will be casting ballots for Town Council, Bridgewater Rainham Regional School Committee, and Library Board of Trustees. In addition, there are 3 ballot questions that propose updates to the Bridgewater Town Charter. For viewers watching, we have not shared questions with the candidates in advance. We did share some themes with them, for instance, leadership, curriculum, and finance.
The format of the show will be, prior to the forum, candidates drew numbers to determine the speaking order. Each candidate will have a 1-minute opening statement. The moderators will ask mutually agreed upon questions. Each candidate will have up to 2 minutes to respond to each question. Many questions will have multiple parts. If the moderators have to repeat the question, the candidate's response time is not impacted until they begin speaking. Time permitting, after the main questions, we do have several short answer questions that we may quickly cycle through with each candidate. Each candidate will have a 30-second wrap-up at the end. Per the regional school agreement, candidates are elected based upon combined votes from both member communities. Joining us tonight from Rainham are Jim DuPont and Joshua Enrique. Bridgewater candidate Matt Salinas, who was appointed to the committee this fall to fill a vacancy, was unable to attend tonight's forum, but he will also be on your ballot. So with that, we will start with Joshua with your opening statement.
Hi, my name's Joshua Henrique. I'm from Rainham, Massachusetts. I'm a graduate from Bridgewater State University with a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science. While at Bridgewater State University, I served on student government, serving as Senate Speaker for 1 year and Senator for 1 year. There I learned many leadership skills, including how to communicate with people properly, people who are not just your colleagues, but people who can become your friends. And working with a group of people is very fun at most times, I find, and very interesting, especially when you can do a lot of good for a community, for people who genuinely need assistance and need help. And talking to a lot of people within Rainham community about the school district, I found a lot of parents are very upset with the current school district, and I want to help out. I want to help out my community and give back as much as I can, especially since this is the start of my political career. I want to help out as much as I can, learn as much as I can along the way, on my way to hopefully federal government, higher offices, working my way and helping people along the way, creating not just better communities, better country, better to help improve our community and our country. The children and students are our future, so providing them with opportunities to learn and giving them the tools to excel is what we need in order to help maintain our country and to help prosper our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Good evening. My name is Jim DuPont, candidate for the Rainham seat in this year's BR Regional School Committee election on April 25th. I previously served on the BR committee, and I'm a proud BR graduate, class of '71, And that year in 1978, I became the first BR grad to serve on the BR committee, or I was fortunate to serve for 18 years from 1978 to 1996, after which I served 2 terms as a Rainham Town Selectman. I'm retired from the Massachusetts Department of Revenue Litigation Bureau, where I supervised the group that handled corporate bankruptcies. I earned a BA in Political Science and History from Bridgewater State College and completed a postgraduate program in teaching social studies and history at the high school level. As part of that program, I taught full-time at a neighboring city high school, which was one of the most rewarding experiences I have ever had. If elected, I hope to work as hard as I can with the other members to restore Bridgewater Rainham, the entire district, pre-K through 12, to what were once one of the highest achieving standards of academics in every grade in the state. Budget issues, financial issues have plagued the district in recent years, and I hope tonight, as part of the discussion, we'll discuss how we would go about resolving that issue, and I want to thank the host tonight for their kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move into our questions now. They follow a few themes, and our first theme is related to strengths and leadership. What is your, this is going to go to you, Jim, first. We'll just keep rotating. What is your view as far as the role of school committee?
Well, under ed reform, the school committees lost most of their direct involvement with things like curriculum and personnel, and are very much an advisory board. And really, the only decisions that the school committee actually makes is voting the bottom line of the budget, and then the hiring and firing of the superintendent. So the school committee, though, has to reflect the values of the community, but it also has to set an example and a tone for the district. The superintendent reports to the school committee, and the school committee is responsible for what he does. And theoretically, as long as the superintendent and the school committee are working together for the best interests of the students, you'll get better outcomes. But school committees are not meddlers. They're not day-to-day. They don't sit in classrooms. They don't evaluate teachers. They don't grade students. That's the staff's job, and they're full-time, and they are professionals. They're experienced. The school committee is there to try to evaluate what is brought to them for information from department heads as well as parents, but most importantly, students. And if I'm elected, I hope to pursue the best interests of the students in every regard and hold the superintendent and his staff to those high standards.
Thank you. Same question to you, Joshua. What is your view as far as the role of the school committee?
Well, I think the importance of the school committee should be to focus 100% on students, their needs now. Students need achievement and success, and the school committee needs to provide them the opportunities. With the Federal Department of Education going away, we need to be reliant on the state more than ever, and I think it's time for local school districts, not just in our local district, but even all across the country, need to take the opportunity to push forward and excel students further even more without the Department of Education. I know that we need opportunity for the students. I know that we need success for the students. I think that bureaucracy and red tape are going to inhibit and prevent us from succeeding, prevent the students from succeeding. So I think that the primary job of our school committee is to work through the red tape as the best we can, get through the processes, find funding, whether it's from the state or it's from the local towns, and we need to get through this and get funding for our students, because they need this. They need to succeed. A failing school district, whether it's here or anywhere, is going to lead to failing students, and it's going to lead to parents leaving our school district, leaving our towns, and it's not good for our towns. We need to help provide for the next generation, for future generations. We need to provide for students now. Thank you.
Thank you. This next question will start with you, Josh. From contracts to bus schedules to curriculum, the work of the school committee member is varied. With this in mind, please explain your approach to handling controversial or complicated issues.
Well, first need, we serve the students. If it's controversial, first thing, is it going to benefit the students? If it's going to benefit the students, then perhaps that's something that we should pursue. Our parents, next thing is, are parents against it? If parents are against it, maybe we need to try to find compromise, work around it. But we also need to look for the staff members and the teachers of our schools. If an issue is going to hurt them as well, we need to try to work around that. So, but I think students should be our number one priority, even if it's controversial. If we need to help the students, then we need to help them. And it shouldn't matter whether it's controversial or just, just going around everyday business. That's something that we should always strive for. And if it's new, something different, something out of the ordinary, even if it benefits the students, that should be our number one goal, always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same question for you, Jim?
At my very first meeting in 1978, then Superintendent Edwin Denton, after a very, what I will call, enthusiastic, vigorous discussion by the school committee, this was my very first meeting, he said, "In the best interests of the students, I recommend." And I came to find out every single decision that was made there, the entire time I served, by the superintendent and the other members of the school committee, that's what mattered, the best interests of the students. The taxpayers came second, the staff came second, the teachers came second, everyone else's interests were second to what was best for the students, all of them, individually and as a whole. And when something's controversial, it's usually because it benefits somebody that someone else doesn't want to benefit. And if it's in the best interest of that student, then that's what my vote will be for. And if it's controversial, I'll take my chances with saying that this is what that student needed or that group of students needed, because that's what a school committee is there for. They're relying on us as adults to provide them educational opportunities. I got them when I went to Bridgewater Rainham, and as such, I hope that the students that are going there presently and in the future will have the same opportunities I did. But you won't get that if you make money the issue, if you make contracts the issue, or you try to structure things to placate a community group. That's not what schools are all about. They're there in the best interest of the students to give them the best education they can, empower them, strengthen them, and that's what has to happen there. But it'll only happen if you have a school committee that's committed first and foremost to the students.
Thank you. This next question will start with you, Jim. What strengths and skills would you bring to the committee?
Well, I think my strength and skills is that I have been in office at the school committee, but I've also been out. And I can say this very frankly, that being out for a number of years, when you go to town meeting or you hear a school committee presentation on a budget, it sounds and it feels very differently. And I think that the school committee that we have right now, the 7 members that are returning, Jessica Davenport is not seeking re-election, and I've followed the school committee more and more over the last recent years. They are working together very well. And that my strength is that I've been that person at the table and had a controversial issue come to us and had to somehow work out something that was in the best interests of all and at the same time serve the best interests of the students. So, but also being out has taught me that what that looks like to the average voter going to town meeting who might not have children, might not have had children who even attended Bridgewater Rainham at any level. And the interests and the needs are different at the elementary and the secondary and the middle school level. So that I think that's a strength that I have, is that I've experienced being in office and making decisions, and also being out of office and seeing those decisions made and how they played out to the community and how they affected the students.
Thank you. And same question to you, Josh. What strengths and skills would you bring to the committee?
Well, I'm hoping, since I am new to town politics, I'm hoping to bring a new and fresh voice to the school committee, and hoping that with this new voice, I'm hoping to bring a little bit of innovation, a little bit of change to the school committee. A little bit of change is always good. Innovation, times change, technology changes with the times. So hoping that we can help students with their new online education, especially since COVID happened and students are stuck on laptops for most of the day now. Bringing new change to schools, bringing new change to the school district, bringing new change to the school committee, hoping that fresh ideas, bring new ideas to the table and bring new change in. But I'm also recently a student. I've only been graduated from high school for 5 years or so, so I still understand what it's like to be a student and what it's like to sit behind your desks, on your laptop, especially during COVID. And they need someone to advocate for them so that they can truly succeed. And me being a recent student, reaching graduate of high school and college, I still understand what it feels like to be sitting in a classroom and not having the decisions about your education. So I want to be their advocate primarily. Thank you.
Moving on to one of our next themes of curriculum. This first question is going to go to you, Joshua. Across the state, there has been declining performance over the past several years at all grade levels. What is your view in regards to the status of education and curriculum at Bridgewater Rainham? This is to you, Josh.
Well, I've noticed that reading the budget and that a lot of social studies programs and a lot of civic programs have been regressed and moved away and taken away and merged into other programs. Civics are an extremely important point to our country. They teach us about our history. They teach us about the way our government works. And I think that taking away any form of curriculum is not good, is bad for the student body. They need to learn everything that they can from the previous generations. They need to learn everything they can about our nation and the way our government functions. So to me, the curriculum is extremely important and it's very fragile, and we need to maintain the balance that we have. I also noticed that financial education is slowly being taken away as well. Financial education is our future. A lot of students do not receive financial education. They do not know how to write checks. They don't know how to open bank accounts. They have to learn these things on their own or from the help of their parents. If the schools did this, it would help students tremendously in their future, help them actually make it through life, the beginning of their life, when things are so confusing. Graduating high school, only 18 years old, you don't really know or experience life yet. I'm only 23, and I still really haven't experienced the full years of life yet. So I think that giving them as much opportunities as we can is extremely, extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. And the same question to you, Jim. With declining performance across the state, what is your view in regards to the status of education and curriculum at BR?
Well, I think curriculum is the content of what you teach. And you can't teach it if you don't have a teacher in the classroom to teach it. And you can't teach it if the teacher has 40 students in a classroom. And I've been studying the BR budget in recent years. I've attended town meeting pretty faithfully, even though I haven't been in office for a number of years. And I noticed that the declining staff, Bridgewater Rainham lost 72 positions in the last 2 budget years. 72, 41 one year and 31 the next. And you can't teach if there isn't someone there to teach. So it's almost irrelevant what the curriculum is. As far as student performance, I've always looked at the annual guidance report. Every year the school, when it was the high school, we got a report from the guidance department of how many students were going after graduation to 4-year colleges, 2-year colleges, full-time employment, military. All right, and then there were different classifications for the graduates. And we took note of where they were going to college and that the BR graduates were going to the better schools, advanced schools, elite schools, because they had gotten a good education, because there were good teachers there to teach the curriculum. But with no electives, with losses of staff for activities like drama club, student government, science club, you can't have that enhanced factor of education and expect your graduates to excel in life once they graduate if you didn't give them those sort of opportunities that I had. So I think that the BR system is got the curriculum is up to date, they're teaching it well, but you can't ask a teacher to teach 40 students and expect miracles.
This question will start with you, Jim. In the last decade, student demographics in BR reflect a 14.8% increase in high-needs students, a 13.7% increase in low-income students, double the population from 2015, and a 5.7% increase in students with a disability. Considering these data points, is Bridgewater-Rainham doing everything it can to ensure student success?
Well, it's doing everything it can with the money it can get from the towns, but the state has underfunded Chapter 78 education every year since 1973. And I've been checking every year. In special needs, you have the so-called circuit breaker, where if there is a high-impact special needs program or your budget for that goes above a certain level, the state says, here's some extra money. But there's a formula for it, and they don't, and then the legislature does not fund the formula. And if you don't fund the formula, you have to, under 2.5, before 2.5, if you got shortchanged, you threw another nickel on the tax rate and you went on about your business. But since 2.5 passed, if you don't get that full funding of the circuit breaker and you get hit with big special needs costs, you have to cut something else. So that those things are not the fault of the district or of the towns or of 2.5. That's a failure of the Massachusetts State Legislature, which doesn't have 2.5. And I've been hearing this every year since 1973, of how tough it is on Beacon Hill in Boston from the Democrats, and the Republicans say there isn't anything I can do about it.
Same question to you, Joshua.
Well, again, it comes down to funding. We need more money for our students, our school districts. Special needs students need the extra help. They need somebody to guide them and to help them through the curriculum, through their schooling. And with the lack of funding, they don't have the same opportunities as other students. And I know that the state recently passed their millionaire tax that Governor Healy was pushing for. And I know that state-run universities are receiving funding from this tax. But my question to the state government is, are our local school districts receiving that money? And if they're not, why not? Because this is a tremendous opportunity to help students who really need it, especially students with special needs who need the extra help, the extra attention. You know, these students need to be provided for. They deserve the same opportunities as every other student. We cannot single them out. We cannot fail them. We cannot fail any student. And the state needs to step up and help the local school districts where they can. Thank you.
We'll start with you, Josh, for this next one. While our classroom populations are rising and instructional opportunities are shrinking across the district, how do you balance this critical challenge while not deferring preventative maintenance and capital improvement projects to ensure healthy and safe spaces for students to learn?
Well, teachers are already dealing with enough students as it is. Having more and more students fit into the room is not going to help anybody. I remember when I was in high school, we were putting 30 students in a room sometimes, and I know now it's some grades, it's even more than that, with the town's population fluctuating, both Bridgewater and Rainham, the town's population fluctuating up and down. With more and more people coming in, more and more people starting families, we need to take attention to having more teachers will take away the burden of all the other teachers. And again, the number one problem with that is lack of funding. And there's not enough teachers, not enough money to pay for all the teachers. So again, the state, the burden of all the students, much for a single teacher. And they need, teachers do a lot of hard work, a lot of good work for our community. So helping them a little bit is important. But it also hurts students, because if a single student needs a little bit more attention than others, like I did when I was in school, then having all those students in one classroom takes away opportunities and takes away the help of single students who may need a little bit more attention. Thank you.
Same question to you, Jim?
Well, if you want to talk about what a school spends money on, and you're talking budgeting, that's one thing. And all of the talk that I've heard so far in the last year or so is about when you look at, they want to know the budget, what are you spending it on? I want to ask, where is it coming from? Chapter 70 has never once been fully funded since 1973. That is a failure of the legislature. I learned at Bridgewater-Rainham that the appropriating body in this Commonwealth is the State House of Representatives and State Senate, not the governor, not the town meeting, and it's never fully funded that chapter that is supposed to give you the money to make those capital costs, to make that ongoing maintenance and upkeep. And the state right now has $8.3 billion. Let me just hear that. I want to make sure everybody got the B. $8.3 billion in the rainy day fund. And yet Governor Healy's budget called for a 2.7% increase in Chapter 70. No offense, but I didn't see a long line of people walking out of state offices with pig slips in their hands. And when was the last, and I'll look anybody right in the eye, and I've done it right here in the city, in this town council chamber. I says, why don't you pay us what you owe us by law under Chapter 70? I'm a big sport. I'll take what you owe us this year, and I'll forget about the last 53. You got $8.3 billion for a rainy day fund. Well, guess what? It's time to lower the lifeboats and pass out the umbrellas. That day is here. And you cannot teach, you cannot upkeep and repair, you cannot improve. And then they're going to, you know what I say? Why don't you fully fund local aid first? And then if you need money at the state, why don't you vote to raise taxes and see how it goes over with the voters, instead of making the cities and towns do your dirty work for you?
A recent review of the school district's finances pointed out that electricity costs have increased 114% in the last 3 years. What can the district do to improve its energy efficiency and costs? And this one's going to you first, Jim.
Well, I think that when I was on the school committee, we had an energy audit subcommittee. And I know there are a lot of initiatives that have been proposed that the towns and the cities in particular can take advantage of to do more energy efficient. I would look to, if elected to the school committee, to meet with the superintendent and the director of facilities and look at our electricity costs and what are we using electricity on, and is there a way because we don't have the funds to do it. So as far as electricity use, the LED lights, start right there. That you can run LED lights for pennies for like a year. And if they're still incandescents, they might look to replace those. But I think a facilities person from the district would probably want to do some sort of a review comprehensive that the school committee could meet with and decide that in terms of looking at the budget next year.
Thank you. And to you, Josh?
Well, with growing changes in technology, we're using more and more electricity over the years, and especially now, since students need laptops. Laptops need to be charged constantly, and we're using more and more, and especially with more and more students, we're using more and more electricity. And I think that the first thing is try to find a new and innovative solution to electricity problems. And off the top of my head, one thing that could easily solve the problem is solar panels. Now, logistically, I'm not sure, but, and especially with the cost of them, I know the state does have subsidies, but figuring out logistics and cost effectiveness, seeing if solar panels could fit on the roofs of our schools could help. I could see that helping to lower electricity costs. Then, what else we could do is we could go through the school, finding old equipment that is not energy efficient and updating it to more modern equipment that might be a little bit more energy efficient. You know, going through, finding even like old overhead projectors, old things, the old technology, it just consumes too much technology, too much electricity for our schools. Thank you.
Next, as far as like relationships with other government entities, funding for education is a large budget and probably the largest for each of the two communities, Bridgewater and Rainham. How do you see the current relationship between the leadership of the school board and the towns? And is there anything you would do to change? And this one I'll send to you first, Joshua.
Well, we need to work very closely with both Rainham Board of Selectmen and Bridgewater Town Council as a symbiotic relationship, coming together and finding what we can do together to help the success of our students. Where can things change? Where can things get moved around to help the school district succeed? And where can we find new solutions? Where can we change things? Where can we reorganize, reform, and build up a stronger, better community between the two towns and the school district? We need strong leadership. We need strong voices. We need people who are going to go in and work together, have open discussion, be open to new and different ideas, and just try new things. Try things that may be a little bit different, may be new, maybe controversial, maybe, you know, maybe things that need to be changed. So, but working together as a group is the #1 priority. Thank you.
And the same question to you, Jim. Do you need me to repeat it, or are you?
Well, Joe, I'll just put it this way. Bridgewater Rainham had the same senator from 1972 until 2 years ago, when Bridgewater was put into another Senate district. And over those years, we had John Parker, the Senate Minority Leader, as our senator. We had Mark Pacheco for 34 years. We have a new Republican first-term Senator, Kelly Dooner, former city councilor from Taunton. And over the years, I've seen, because of what's happening with the lack of state funding, it is forcing the towns at the town level to go back to the voters for increasing their local taxes and making them the bad guys instead of making the legislators the bad guys for not giving them money that came out of their pocket in the first place. I mean, where does state aid come from? It comes out of the pockets of every single taxpayer, every single resident in every city and town in this Commonwealth. And when they redistricted the Senate and took Bridgewater out of it, they told BR, you'll have 2 senators. Well, one of those senators, if you want to talk gerrymandering, the district is Bridgewater, West Bridgewater, Easton, Stoughton, half of Randolph, half of Braintree, and the town of Milton, which is where the state senator lives. I went to the Board of Selectmen in Milton and their school committee and advised them that they needed to lean on their state representative and their state senator to support local aid generally. And what's happening now is you're heading right now to a Donnybrook between the regional school committee and the towns in Rainham and Bridgewater, where they're going to basically pit the towns against the regional school district. That is wrong. The towns have limits. and the district does too, but would we even be having this discussion if we got what we were legally entitled to by law?
This question will start with you, Jim. We have now had an outside group review the school department processes and finances. Was this money well spent when the cost was equal to a full-time teaching position?
Well, I looked at I read the audit, and when you talk about an audit, the first thing you have to say is, what do you want to audit? Do you want to audit the cash accounting? Do you want to audit the procedures? When I was on the regional school district, we had turned out we had a district treasurer who was stealing from us. And at the time, we established an audit subcommittee, and once a month, a member of the school committee from each town met with the district treasurer and took an invoice at random and tracked it all the way through the process, just to make sure the procedures were being followed. So an audit doesn't necessarily tell you what it is they found. You have to tell them what it is you're looking for. You're looking for defalcation, misappropriation, overspending. When I was on the regional school committee, the first thing I did was that I went through the budget the first year and looked at the transfers in and out of accounts. And I noticed that we were annually transferring money into an account and out of another one, which meant one was underfunded every year and the other one was overfunded. And that defeats the purpose of a budget. Why don't we just change that? And we ended up doing that. So was the audit money well spent? I think it might have been well spent in the sense that it might have set to rest any questions about misappropriation or overspending. But was it something that was necessary? The district has annual audits by the Bureau of Accounts at the Department of Revenue.
How it can be teachers is the biggest issue for our school district. That we need to ensure that we're putting all of our dollars in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continuing on with some of the theme of finances and money here. This first question, this is going to go to you, Joshua. Considering limited funds from the two host communities, approximately 3% annual increases, Mass State Chapter 70 funds that are limited, what do you see as the financial plan for the future?
Well, I see it coming from the state, from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, from, we need, from Chapter 70, really, we need money coming from the state. The local towns should not be burdened entirely to pay for the school districts. I know the majority of the funding comes from the local districts, but we need to focus on, the local towns have a lot of responsibilities, and I think that continually increasing taxes for the local citizens, especially for our senior citizens who are already burdened with taxes, should not be continually overburdened. So I think the state, with Chapter 70, needs to step up. We know with the millionaire tax that they passed, the local towns should be receiving funding, whether it's from that or through Chapter 70. Thank you.
To you, Jim?
Well, I'll just begin by saying I still can't understand why we were funding local government on a tax scheme that was invented in the Middle Ages. And this is not a rhetorical statement. There are movements in certain states to repeal the property tax, all right? And I'll look at it very simply this way. Suppose the Department of Revenue looked at you and looked at your work history and your educational achievement and so forth and said, we think you have the potential to earn $200,000, pay up. You might say, I didn't earn $200,000. But how do we tax property? And I think that the real problem is that we keep talking annually, every year that I've been involved in this going back 50-plus years. When are we going to get off the property tax? And my proposal would, number one, to make local aid based on how much came out of a city or town. You call the Department of Revenue tomorrow. Call them up and ask them how much sales tax came out of Bridgewater in March. They will tell you. And instead of making it local aid and aid education, here's what's left. How about we make it based on a formula that if sales tax goes up, the town of Bridgewater and the town of Rainham gets more money, and stop asking people to keep reaching into their pockets based on potential value. Just because the town raises the potential value of your property, your valuation, doesn't mean your income went up, but that's how we tax property. You pay more whether you earn more or not. The other taxes are based on your actual income. So I think there is a flawed system of funding education, there is a flawed system of appropriating it, and the towns are stuck in the middle. So we need to get off of the property tax, and the way to do that, start right now. Start right now. Freeze property taxes where they are, increase them incrementally, but then start giving back cities and towns what they took out of us in the first place.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about Chapter 70, but right now the legislature has discussed revising the Chapter 70 formula, and one of those proposals is to include a higher inflation factor to better equip communities to address rising costs. What do you think of that proposal?
I want to be very clear on this. The formula is not the problem, because every one of those formulas say subject to appropriation. And I want to repeat that so people are clear. You can set up a formula, and it will tell you how much you're entitled to under Chapter 70. Does that mean you got 100%? No. Every single year that I served on the BR School Committee, that I served as a selectman, the district treasurer and the town treasurer got a letter that said, your pro rata share is, and it was never 100%. So people who are talking about changing the formula need to change the way it is appropriated. You can have the formula say whatever you want, but if the legislature fails to appropriate that money, the local taxpayer will be stuck in the middle, and the local people on the town council and the board of selectmen and the regional school committee will take the blame.
Same question to you, Josh.
I think that increases to inflation are just not enough. We need more. The local towns, local communities need more for our school districts, and I think that even with the increases to inflation, it's just not enough, because there's population increases that we need to account for. So more students, we need to account for more. We need more teachers. So it's just more money, more money, more money. But inflation is just purely not enough, because the rate of inflation keeps increasing, but everything else along with it keeps increasing as well. So it's not really more money. It's the same amount of money, but buying the same things. So I think that a pure increase to the amount of money in Chapter 70, giving to our school districts, is needed, just because in the inflation rate is just going to keep increasing, keep going up year after year like it has been. But cost of living is going to go up for the towns. We just need more money for our school districts, more money for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start this question with you, Josh. Transportation costs are rising for school districts across the Commonwealth, including Bridgewater-Raynham. While state reimbursements have gone up slightly, they are still not at 100%. What steps would you take to ensure we're getting the most value for this significant cost?
Well, first we need to see how many students are on each bus and how far do each buses need to travel. And I know the rise of fuel, again, it's continuing to increase, and it's making it difficult for our local bus company to help transport our students. And finding new ways to do that, finding potential ways to get students on the bus easier, faster, is needed. And I think that, with the local towns, finding ways to get students to school easier, students to school faster, finding ways through the state to provide more funding, helping us pay for, the contracts with the bus companies, and helping the state helping us work through these changing times, rising costs, rising prices, and helping us do better for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Same question to you, Jim.
I started checking Chapter 71 in 1973 and saw that the fact of the matter is the regional school district is supposed to be 100% reimbursed, and there are guidelines for how you conduct transportation so you don't abuse it by overspending or having poor transportation cost-effective contracts. The fact of the matter is, Chapter 71, Regional School Aid, has never fully been funded. Never once. And that is a failure to appropriate. The formula says 100%. That's pretty simple arithmetic. So when you talk about Chapter 70 in particular, why don't we just start right there and fully fund that, and then fully fund Chapter 70 and still see if Bridgewater Rainham still needs an override, or the town still do. Because the way transportation works, you spend it. That dollar is gone. And then you get 75 cents back. Because the state said, well, it's a tough year for us, and it's really hard. $8.3 billion in the rainy day fund. This might be a good year for them for once. And all it takes is the vote of your state representative and your state senators, and then sending the message to their respective party leaders, this is a serious problem in my town and my district. Please, do the right thing. That money isn't there so that you can brag about it. It's there to help people. Start with Chapter 71 to aid the transportation to regional schools.
Thank you. I'm going to go to you, Jim, first. Teacher contracts in the bottom line is the largest segment of the overall school budget. If roughly half the staff moves a step a year, with each step around 4%, that translates to a 2% increase to the total education line or salary line item. You add a 2.5% COLA for everybody, you're at a 4.5% increase in the bottom line education. Add in lane education changes, longevity bonuses, etc. The bottom line is for salaries, it typically increases at 5% each year with no staffing changes. Is this sustainable, or how would you address it?
Well, it's sustainable if the money comes to the regional school district that it's entitled to by law, regardless of what the contract says. You don't write the contract and then change it and then say, here's what you're entitled to. It's the other way around. The state says Bridgewater Rainham is entitled to X dollars and then sends us less. So the contracts basically reflect a couple of realities. Number one, you get what you pay for. Number two, you will find that the contracts and the raises throughout the state are very much the same. They're about the same. Whenever one district settles, all of the other districts, including the teachers' unions, will look at that and say, well, if Bridgewater Rainham got this percent, that's what we can get. And I found this out. I did the contracts at Bridgewater Rainham for 18 years. I did the teachers, I did the custodials, cafeteria, the senior executives and the superintendents. And I found out that basically Whitman, Hanson, Dighton, Rehoboth, they were giving out the same amount of raises. So this isn't unique to Bridgewater Rainham. That's not causing the problem. The problem, this is again where everybody talks about a budget, about where is it going without asking where it comes from. And when you ask where it comes from, the towns say, we can only go up so much because of 2.5. But if 2.5 is to be saved, 2.5 only works if the state holds up their end of the bargaining. This is supposed to be a partnership between the cities, towns, regional school districts, and the Commonwealth. Why is it they get everything they need and we get what's left?
Same question to you, Josh?
Well, once again, I think that the state needs to step up, and they need to start providing more money for our teachers. This practice can be sustainable so long as we get the money, all of our money that we need for our school district. We need to start, even if we need to start hounding them, knocking on the legislature's door saying, we need the school districts to need more money, because we can't be the only school district in the whole Commonwealth that's experiencing these issues. So whether we need to start banding together with other school districts and start saying, going to our local state representatives, local state senators, and start saying we need more money, or we need to start petitioning. And even if we work together with the teachers union, trying to do our best going up and trying to get the money that we need for our school district, because I know that we can't be the only school district who's struggling with the same issues, lack of teachers, you know, rising amount of students in the classroom. So getting what we need, what we deserve, is fair from our state. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're going to segue into our quick questions. Hopefully they'll be quick. We'll start with you, Josh. Students and their families are paying hundreds of dollars to participate in sports and activities at BR this year. That's one payment per activity or sports. So if you do multiple, you're paying multiple times. Aren't these programs a continuation of the educational process and penalize those who may have difficulty paying, whether at hard financial income thresholds or just by virtue of the family making other financial decisions? What are your thoughts?
I don't think families should have to make a choice between whether they want their kids to play sports or between, you know, paying the bills and buying food. We, the school system, the school district, and the state should be helping them as much as they can pay for these programs, pay for these activities, because they're important. They're important to students, especially students who go on to become professional athletes, students who use it to go to scholarships for higher education, to go to university. And I think that these, you know, athletic programs, extracurricular programs in general, are extremely important. Thank you.
Same question to you, Jim.
When I was on the regional school committee, in the last couple of years, user fees were proposed for athletic events and student activities. I voted against every one of them, and I specifically told the superintendent and the rest of the school committee I would filibuster the budget if they proposed them again, and they didn't. Why don't we charge kids for English? Why don't we charge them by how many classes they take, so that maybe if they only took English, history, and an elective instead of 5 classes, they would pay less money. People say that government should be run like a business. That's not true, because businesses are about money. Government is about people, and education is about those students, and they shouldn't have to be making educational choices based on their financial needs. The schools are supposed to be equalizers, not dividers.
Next, quick question here. Foreign language as part of curriculum. Should sign language be included as an option or recommendation and be considered as an option to meet the language requirement? And this one to you, Jim, first.
I couldn't agree more with that, Joe. I've wondered why ASL hasn't been offered previously as an elective or something in the public schools, because it's used, I mean, when you see the State of the State address or you see any public meeting now, there's always a sign language interpreter there. So that would be something that I would seriously like to speak with the other committee members and the current administration about where they're at on it.
Thank you. Same to you, Josh?
Well, American Sign Language is a very fast-growing language, and the fact that it's to help people who are disabled, I think, is a noble cause. And I think that helping, you know, having this as an elective would be amazing to help students who in our community who are deaf, and help students who are, you know, who want to learn another language. Will help them, you know, because second languages help in, you know, in their future careers, and something that's largely growing at a fast rate is extremely important. And we should try to find the best solution to fund this if we need to, you know. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll start with you, Josh, with this question. What letter grade would you give the town's approach to pursuing, the school district's approach to pursuing state and federal grant funds and programs?
Well, I had a conversation with, you know, the current chairwoman, Rachel King, and I know that they're doing what they can to try and to help out help work with the state and try to go. I would say B plus would be for me. They're doing the best they can with what they're given. You know, not everything, you know, everything comes from money, comes from the state, and they're doing what they can with what they have. You know, they're working as hard as they can. So I think that B plus, I think, is a good grade. Thank you.
Same question to you, Jim.
Well, I'd give the current regional school district school committee administration an A-. They're very good at getting grants. The problem is, and the audit actually spoke to this, it wasn't so much it was a finding of fault. They said they seemed to be an increasing reliance, not an over-reliance, an increasing reliance on grants, which are one-time appropriations for one fiscal year. And the way most of these grants are designed to is that you will assign a faculty member additional duties for a special program or an elective, you will pay them out of the grant, and then next year, if you don't get it, that teacher still maintains their status as a full-time faculty member, but you lose those other classes. So I think that they're pretty good at getting grants, and I wouldn't fault them on it, but there seems to be an
Next one, and this is to you first, Jim. MCAS is no longer a graduation requirement in Massachusetts. Do you think standardized tests are still an effective tool to measure student success?
I thought that abolishing the MCAS as a graduation, 1,000 students graduate from a public high school in Massachusetts in the last 5 years. How many of those students how many people didn't graduate because of MCAS failure? 700 out of 16,000. Did we really repeal a graduation requirement because of 700 people who failed it on the first time, 2/3 of which then passed it on the second time? So I think that standardized testing, it's a good measure, but it's not the only measure of a student's achievement.
Thank you. Josh, same question?
I think we should have completely got rid of the MCAS standardized test altogether. As someone who took it from the 3rd grade all the way up to sophomore year of high school, the MCAS was just a day where you sat in your room and then you just filled a bunch of bubbles. And I don't remember it, barely, honestly. I don't remember half the questions. I don't remember all the questions, or any of the questions that were on it altogether. I think that it's a terrible measure of students, because some students are just terrible test takers. Some students just don't like to sit in a room and just fill a bunch of bubbles on a sheet. I think that, individual grades in the classroom are more important. Individual success is more important. And I don't think a standardized test, which won't fit everybody. Some people may do better on it, some people may not. But I think that we need to start moving away from standardized tests and closer towards more individual academic learning. Thank you.
This question will be our last one, and we'll start with Josh. Should the chairmanship of the school committee rotate between the two towns from year to year?
I think that it should be the person who's best fit for the job. It doesn't matter if they're from Bridgewater or Rainham. The person who they think or they deem is the best fit for that position should be in that position. And if that person's from Bridgewater, then that person's from Bridgewater. And that won't bother me. I think that the two towns, we're not that different. We have a very close relationship, especially because of the school committee. And I think that, working together and finding the best person for that job is the best solution. Thank you.
Jim, same question to you.
When I was elected to the Bridgewater Rainham School Committee, I became chairman because it changed back, it rotated towns. And then I went back to the town of Bridgewater, and the following year, when I was supposed to come back to Rainham, the other two members of the committee had both been elected in the recent town election. And it would have gone from then Chairman Arthur Wyman back to me. Because the belief was these other people hadn't even been to a meeting. Jimmy Dupont was a senior member. Let's nominate him to be chairman from Rainham. I went into that meeting and I told Arthur Wyman in the hallway, I'm going to nominate you for chairman. And he was chairman for the next 14 years, and the district thrived. So I think this rotating thing is nonsense.
With that, we'll move to closing remarks. We'll start with you, Jim.
Thank you very much. This year, BR is facing an unprecedented existential crisis, and that's the word. The very existence, the soul of Bridgewater Rainham is on the line right now. With the current Rainham member not seeking re-election, I decided to offer myself as a candidate to the voters. Having previously served, I feel I know firsthand how a good school committee best works and how I, as an individual member, would need to work with the other members, first to earn their respect, and second, how to help the committee move to act in the best interests of the students. Being out of public office for a number of years has enabled me to see how BR and the rest of our local government impacts the daily lives of so many people, many of whom, like me, are not directly involved with the day-to-day activities that take place there. If elected, I promise to always act in the best interest of the students and do all that I can see to it that each one of them receives the education they need and they deserve. Thank you.
Josh?
Well, I think that the students should always be our number one priority, and they will always be my number one priority. As someone who was a student recently, I think that I am well equipped to understand their needs, and I want to continue to further know and understand the needs of the students, and I will continue to strive and fight for what they need and what they deserve from our school district. I know I'm young and I'm inexperienced, and I'm very new to the whole political world other than my term in student government, but I think that I can provide new opportunity, new voice, new ideas to the school committee, hoping that we can turn this around, turn crisis into opportunity, and find where we can continue to strive and how we can prevent situations like this from occurring in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our candidates for joining us tonight and participating in the forum, and thank you to the voters for tuning in. We just wanted to remind residents that absentee ballots for the annual town election are now available in the town clerk's offices. Registered voters may vote by absentee ballot if they are unable to vote at the polls on election day because of the following reasons: absence from town during hours the polls are open, physical disability, and observing religious beliefs. To vote absentee, you can vote in person at your town clerk's office during normal business hours before Friday, April 24th at 12 p.m., or download and submit the absentee ballot application on the town's websites. Registered voters may also request a ballot to vote by mail. Applications are available on the town clerk's website and the Secretary of the Commonwealth's online portal. It is strongly recommended that anyone planning to vote by mail request a mail-in ballot no later than April 17th. Ballots must be returned to the town clerk, but not to the polls on election day. I can speak for Bridgewater specifically, but absentee and mail-in ballots can be submitted using the ballot drop boxes located outside Town Hall at 66 Central Square to ensure your ballot is counted. Please note any ballots received after 8 p.m. on April 25th will be rejected. For more information about any of these voting options, please call the Bridgewater Town Clerk's office at 508-697-0921. And Rainham voters can contact the Rainham Town Clerk's office at 508-824-2700. Thanks so much for watching.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you both.